Good morning. It's May 15th, and we're starting our planning board meeting. But first, I'd like to kick it off by saying Happy National Bike to Work Day. I hope as many as possible were able to ride their bikes to work today. So our first item this morning is adoption of resolutions. We have 6 this morning. The first 4 we can all vote on, and the last 2, Commissioner Bartley and I will have to. Yeah, Commissioner Bartley and I are not able to vote on that one, have to abstain. So the first one is Olney Sandy Spring Veterinarian Hospital Forest Conservation Plan, Norwood Road Shared Use Path. The next is Donner's Property Administrative Subdivision Plan. The third is Ancient Oak Administrative Subdivision Plan, and the fourth is Ancient Oak Final Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval of these 4 resolutions?
I move to approve these resolutions.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes. We have one more, Commissioner. Give it 1 second.
I will add to the
Okay. We have 5-0. Those resolutions have passed. The last 2 are Kavanaugh Family Parcel Administrative Subdivision Plan and the Kavanaugh Family Parcel Final Forest Conservation Plan. Do I have a motion for approval?
I move to approve.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. So there's 3 ayes and 2 abstains. Commissioner Bartley and I have to abstain on that one. So the next we have 2 minutes for approval. One is May 1st, 2025, and the second is May 8th, 2025. Do I have a motion for approval of these 2 minutes?
Yeah, I'll move to approve the minutes.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. The next is other preliminary matters. We have the reappointment of Aaron White, CPA, as a member of the Audit Committee, where staff is recommending transmittal of letter to the County Council. Do I have a motion for approval of the reappointment of Aaron White?
Yeah, move to approve the reappointment.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And we have, next is 3 record plats. This morning, subdivision plat number 2024-0010, the estate of Snowden Manor. The second is subdivision plat number 2025-0090, Chevy Chase, Section 4. And the third is subdivision plat number 2025-0570 and 2025-0580, Westwood, where staff is recommending approval of all 3. Do I have a motion for approval of these 3 plats?
Yeah, move to approve the subdivision plats.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it, 5-0. And now we have our roundtable discussion by our Parks Director, Mitty Figueredo. Good morning.
Thank you. Good morning. So I want to give you a quick update on where we are with the budget right now. You know, it's kind of like this is the crazy time. Everything's happening all at once. Yesterday, the full council took a straw vote on our operating budget and voted unanimously to approve the restoration of our same services or base budget, which, given the kind of hole we were digging out of this year, was a victory for us. We had a lot of advocacy at the council during the operating budget hearings, and I think the council, you know, they are always trying to be very supportive of us, but of course, hearing from their constituents, I think, makes a huge difference. So we were able to scratch out what we need in order to keep operating the Parks Department at the same level. As soon as I'm done with this director's report, I'm heading up to Rockville because the council will be taking its straw votes on the reconciliation list and on the CIP. So we will find out if any of the additional program enhancements we had requested that they had voted to add to the reconciliation list. And if you recall, there were 3. There was a volunteer program assistant, there was funding for our Parks Facelifts program, and there was a position for senior programming in nature centers. We're going to find out if any of those items came off the reconciliation list, meaning that they have been funded in whole or in part. And so fingers crossed.
Congratulations.
Thank you. So I'm going to do a little Sligo Fest by the numbers. This was our second Sligo Fest. It's going to be always the first Saturday in May. This year, we had an expanded footprint. It was a mile of the closed section of Sligo Creek Parkway between Dennis and University Boulevard. We had an additional stage. We had 11 food vendors. We had nearly 20 parks and community groups who attended and participated. 150 staff worked behind the scenes to prepare for the event and at the event from nearly every division in parks. We had 6 beverage and beer vendors. We had 7 performers and entertainers. We had a bike valet this year, and we had 250 bikes that used the valet, meaning that we had a lot of people who rode their bikes to the event, and we want to get that number up every year because, after all, this is along a trail. All of that resulted in 10,000 attendees this year. If you recall, last year in the rain and cold, we had about 4,000 attendees, and I think that number will likely go up next year as people spread the word about what a fun event this is. And this picture here, we had a number of elected officials with us. We had Natalie Fanny Gonzalez, who's the District 6 council member. Kate Stewart was there. Our commissioners Linden and Pedoeem were on stage with us and attended the event. Trish Heffelfinger from the Montgomery Parks Foundation, and of course, Gary Burnett and Darren Flouché, our deputy directors. And I think you can see there in the left, once again, making an appearance in the Parks Director's Report is our former director, Mike Riley. This event, the genesis of it started under Mike's direction, so we were very happy to see him and invite him on stage with us. And now we are going to play a little video for you.
Our newest urban park in Silver Spring. You've selected a name. Drum roll, please. And the winning name is Bottleworks Lane Urban Park. Yes. Thank you again to everybody who participated and helped us choose the name. I look forward to seeing you here in the new park soon.
That's once again our own Henry Coppola, one of our Parks Department media stars. So, you know, this is a 1-acre park that's under construction in downtown Silver Spring. It's the former National Tire and Battery site. It is the other 2 names that were considered were Kennett Street Urban Park, because Kennett is kind of behind the park, and also just South Silver Spring Urban Park. But over 500 people participated in the naming contest, and 71% of the vote was in favor of Bottleworks Lane. So I think there was a very strong sense that that was the right way to go. So we're very excited about that, and it was a fun way for people to participate in the project.
What was the origination of Bottleworks?
There is an old Canada Dry bottling plant that's like across the street. It's partially redeveloped into, I believe, housing, but there's also Bottleworks Lane that isn't directly adjacent to the park, but is just on the other side of it, and who knows, maybe one day it will be directly adjacent to the park. And so that's kind of gives it a sense of history and place. So last year, Samantha Schroen, who works in our Park Development Division, had the idea that it would be really nice to get a mural painted on the side of the Glenmont Local Park Activity Building. You can see there in that image that it's kind of like a blank wall, and having some art there would kind of make the park more appealing, give the park a little bit more of an identity. And so she brought to the Parks Foundation a proposal for them to, and a request for them to consider funding the installation of a mural there, and the Parks Foundation generously agreed to fund $30,000 for the final design and creation of a mural there. So what's recently happened is we've had a call for artists go out. We're trying to solicit artists to submit proposal. Finalists will receive a $1,000 honorarium for the cost of creating a concept design. We're going to have an artist selection panel. They're going to narrow the pool to these 5 finalists and then select from the 5 finalists the winner who will be awarded the $30,000 for installing the mural. And we are hoping to have all of that complete by November 14th this year. And this here, you can see, is a proclamation that Darren Flouché attended on behalf of Parks, and Katie Richter from the Parks Foundation is also there. Councilmember Natalie Fanny Gonzalez presented a proclamation recognizing May as National Physical Fitness and Sports Month to celebrate physical activity and wellness and community engagement through sports and movement. So we were very happy to be invited and to participate. We recently received an Excellent in Preservation Partnerships Award, along with our partners at Montgomery County's Technology and Enterprise Business Solutions Department and the University of Maryland's Historic Preservation Program. And this award was for the Oakley Cabin augmented reality experience. We partnered with those other 2 groups at the county and the University of Maryland to bring to 19th and early 20th century African-American history to life through this augmented reality technology. With it, visitors to the park can explore interactive 3D models and listen to audio narratives and virtual reconstructions of what the Oakley Cabin landscape looked like many years ago. So that we will receive that award at a ceremony on May 28th at Oakley Cabin. And now here we have another little video with some more of our Parks Department media stars.
Knows that every job is important. And for
Pay no
more than
mind
10
to the ad.
years,
Report on the environment here at WUSA 9 because of the direct impact on our community's health and quality of life. Tonight, that reporting takes us to a little creek that goes through Silver Spring.
That's right, and a big restoration project that's really transformed it into an unlikely highway for fish. Here's environmental impact reporter Scott Broom.
This right here is the Long Branch. It was kind of a forgotten little stream that runs through this part of Silver Spring until the Purple Line project came along. That presented an opportunity for Montgomery County Parks. They figured, well, while we're getting people moving up there on a new light rail line, why can't we get fish moving down here? The result is this fish ladder that's been constructed here. A whole series of steps in the creek, one after another, 9 of them, that get fish all the way up here past what used to be a big 5-foot-high chunk of concrete that had been there for 50 years. Not a single fish had been up that way in all that time. But they're doing it now.
What was once a 5-foot drop at one point has now become a series of 5 to 6 inch drops.
Andy Frank of Montgomery Parks was an engineer on the project.
So the fish can get up the steps.
Absolutely. This community, they deserve this. They absolutely deserve to live in an area where their creek is stable, is healthy as we can be.
Doesn't look like a sewer ditch.
It doesn't anymore.
Matt Harper is a natural resource manager for Montgomery Parks.
Long lost cousins down here haven't seen their brethren up there for that long, and that also has an effect on genetic diversity. I mean, even the same populations, same species of fish that we see down here and we see up there, they're not able to mix and breed, and that is not healthy for us.
Catherine Webb speaks for the Purple Line.
A huge part of the Purple Line project is stormwater management upgrades and stream restoration. So we have stream restorations at Rock Creek, we have them at Sligo Creek, Long Branch, Northwest Branch, and we also are installing underground stormwater retention facilities that'll help mitigate the erosion of the streams in the community.
Now look, only time is going to tell, but it is entirely possible that someday American eels might be able to migrate here all the way from the Sargasso Sea out in the Atlantic Ocean. That is a 9,000-mile round trip thanks to this fish ladder. On the Long Branch in Silver Spring, Scott Broom, WUSA 9.
That's great.
I really hope everyone enjoyed that as much as I did. I was cavelling after I saw that. It's such a great story and so well done. So thank you.
It is. I'm so happy to see that eventually the work that Andy has been doing for so many years and really people don't see that much, has made it to this level, and that's really good.
Yep, and we'll be moving people with the Purple Line and fish with our little fish tunnel, our fish passage.
I love that. One of the, I won several years ago when I was in Seattle, one of the things I went to go see was the fish ladder in the Puget Sound where the salmon get up. Still fascinated by that today. This is fantastic. I love this.
I kind of want to see one of the fish doing the little hopping from, yeah.
It's really cool. Also, salmon are gigantic.
Well,
That's a
you're
whole
right. I don't
thing.
think our
They're
fish are.
enormous, but
Yeah.
Yeah, it was really cool.
So just wanted to save the date, have you all save the date. We've got our Acoustics and Ales, our next one coming up on May 22nd, which I guess is next Thursday in Flower Avenue Urban Park. That should be a really fun one. We've got Pride in the Park on June 4th from 6 to 8:30 at Brookside Gardens. Mud Fest on June 14th. That's at Woodstock Equestrian Park. The charge is $20 a car. You come in there and get real dirty, but they have water and you can clean yourself up afterwards, which is always, I'm very concerned about that for some reason. And then the Summer Twilight Concert Series, which is every Tuesday in June at Brookside Gardens. So the Brookside Gardens Butterfly Experience, the tickets have been sold through July. We do have availability through the remainder of the season. It doesn't close until September 21st, and recently added 2 new ticketed options. There's an early morning adult education program for photographers called Focus on Butterflies, and a sensory-friendly sessions to be more accessible to visitors with special needs. So we're very happy that this program is back after it was halted during the pandemic. So back and better than ever.
Yeah, I was there, I think it was last weekend, and it was beautiful, And just, I was thinking, I remember that these butterflies, they just have a life of 2 to 3 weeks, is that correct? And then they just have constantly, bring more and more and more.
Yes.
And they suggest that if you want to go see it at the very beginning, because toward the end, the supply diminishes. I
Yeah.
don't know if that's true or not, but
It is true, and you can see they have a special, I don't know what you would call it, like a case with the pupa or the chrysalises that have the butterflies developing in them, and then as those come out, they're released into the exhibit, and of course, towards the end, that does wind down.
If you go there, there is a case that they have this giant butterfly that doesn't fly because this butterfly cannot eat or drink. So it has to conserve energy and just flies at night. So during the day, just sitting there. And I didn't even know about that. So it's very interesting if you guys want to go see it.
Yep, highly recommend. And as I mentioned, I think during my last director's report, when I was talking about the Capra visit, we are once again a finalist for the 2025 National Gold Medal for Excellence in Parks and Recreation. This is given by NRPA. We are the only 6-time National Gold Medal winner, and we are hoping to win our 7th medal. The conference will be in September in Orlando, Florida, and that's where we will find out whether we pulled it out this time. Our competitors are the City of San Antonio Parks and Recreation, Johnson County Park and Recreation District in Shawnee Mission, Kansas, and Loudoun County Parks in Leesburg, Virginia. And that's all I have.
Yeah, thank you so much. Always interesting presentations and informative. And wow, to see Sligo Creek Festival grow from 4,000 to 10,000, it's amazing. Lots of folks really appreciating all the work that Parks does. And then these recognitions that we're getting, the Excellence Awards, and the video, with those videos were great. And so thank you for all the hard work. And do I have any other questions, comments from the board?
No, parks are fun, and I always enjoy your presentations. And I've probably said this before, but as just a resident citizen, I didn't realize how much you all did and how much you benefited my family and children. And it's goosebumps cool to see all the stuff that you all do and to know that my wife coordinated us to do all these activities with our children. And we didn't even realize the tremendous effort, skill, and expertise you guys put behind it. And so it's really cool. Thank you.
Commissioner Bartley, you can say that as many times as you want. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're going to take a 2-minute break and start with our next item. Item number 5, University Boulevard Quarter Plan Work Session number 5. Thank you. Good morning. Again, we're on item number 5, University Boulevard Quarter Plan Work Session number 5. Mr. Zubin Arjunbala will lead us through this. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Planning Board. We are here with University Boulevard Corridor Plan Work Session 5. In the unenviable position to follow parks with fish and butterflies. So I think I have the unfortunate distinction of bringing the energy all the way down with this. But hopefully community facilities, schools, and housing will be an exciting session.
They are.
They are. Thank you so much.
Our energy is all the way up for you. Thank you.
Fantastic. This has been a long road. I just wanted to do a quick recap of that. So as we move forward in the planning process, we first started with work session 1, where we focused on the public testimony, which was substantial and gathered input, and that input has shaped our discussions. In work sessions 2 and 3, we dove into land use, zoning, urban design, and transportation recommendations, while work session 4, we revisited these topics specifically around the CRN zoning on residential properties and set up the conversation for the overlay zone, which we'll have soon. Today in work session 5, we'll shift our attention to housing, community facilities, and public schools. Looking ahead with work session 6, which is scheduled for May 22nd, we will cover historic resources, environment, parks, and transportation, specifically around the Four Corners area. And on May 29th, work session 7, we will again revisit zoning recommendations, including the CRN zoning and zoning around Four Corners and the overlay zone. What we hope is the final work session in work session 8 on June 12th. We will review red line edits to the public hearing draft, culminating in what we hope is the approval of the planning board draft. These discussions are, of course, crucial, and we have valued your input and your support through the previous work sessions and look forward to the next work sessions with you. So in today's work session, again, we'll focus on housing, community facilities, and public schools. The revisions are noted with strike-throughs for deletions and red underlines for updates. So I'll do a quick update on the community facilities, which I'm happy to say is the easiest of the 3 sections, and I'll let my colleagues deal with the other 2 issues. So for community facilities, we heard a lot of testimony from the community, and concerns were raised around infrastructure adequacy, particularly for schools, parks, and libraries and emergency services, as perceived growth from zoning changes is seen to strain resources. So as discussed in sort of the work session 5 memo, to develop the community facility recommendations, planning staff first identified the community facilities located in or around the service area, around the providing area, and then reviewed it in conjunction with Montgomery County's capital improvement program to determine if any new facilities or facilities proposed for renovation or expansion were anticipated in the next 6 years, and then coordinated with county agencies, including county's fire and rescue service, the police department, public libraries, and the Department of Recreation to identify if new facilities or renovations or expansions were necessary to accommodate growth anticipated by the draft plan. Montgomery Park staff also completed an analysis of the needs for parks, trails, and open spaces in the plan area, which will be discussed in work session 6 with parks, trails, and open space recommendations. In addition to community facilities, staff also met with Washington Suburban Sanitary Commission to discuss the draft plan recommendations for the process of determining water and sewer infrastructure improvements. WSSC confirmed that there are currently no water and sewer infrastructure improvements planned for the plan area, and explained that their long-term planning division applies population forecast and forecasts from the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments, which are derived from the region's land use plans to identify where and when infrastructure improvements are needed. WSSC also evaluates capacity through the development review process to determine if there is need for any further improvements. So I think we have a good handle on if any development or growth comes, then we have ways and means to address it. So a quick recap of the community facilities in the plan area. The plan area is home to 3 elementary schools, 2 high schools, and a fire station, all essential to, of course, fostering community, safety, and growth. And then further public safety is ensured by by nearby fire stations and police districts working together to protect the residents. Our community is further enriched by libraries, recreational facilities, childcare centers, and senior services, with plans underway to expand these offerings. One of the challenges that came up during our conversations is that nearly somewhere between 11 to 16% of the residents face food insecurity concerns. To combat this, the plan proposes initiatives like community gardens, farmers markets, and local farming opportunities. These efforts will improve access to affordable, nutritious food and strengthen our community. Finally, when it comes to school, the annual school test conducted each year ensures that the growth and infrastructure policy keeps development aligned and the needs of our growing community are met. Together with these strategies, we think the plan has a good handle on community facilities. So to that effect, we recommend that you approve the community facilities recommendations in the draft plan as we move forward.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I was going to wait to ask this question when you have gone through the housing and everything, but since you want approval here for, the question is WSCC and also other facilities that we have in GIP. I understand that if there is a development review in place, there is a way to address it, okay? But if we are changing the zoning to allow by rights to have more, housing and, multifamily or through duplexes or triplexes, if it gets to be by right, how do we measure that? I didn't hear like for WSCC water and sewer that most of the area, I believe, is in public. So how do they make sure that these facilities are able to cover the additional load?
Lisa Gavoni for the record. So I think your question is, how do we test for adequate public facilities if it's by right?
Yes, that's my question.
So adequate public facilities is also tested if there's no preliminary plan or site plan at building permit. So that's part of the process with the Department of Permitting.
No, building permit doesn't look at the capacity. They look at what we have set or what we have asked in, what is already out there. If we don't have anything, like if it is a development review, they look at all the resolutions that to come. If there is no development review, then look at the county code. They're not going to look at the capacity. The capacity is something that we have to look into, and WSCC has to look into as a whole.
For the record, Jessica McVeary. One thing that I would add to Ms. Gavoni's response, which our understanding is that the adequate public facilities are also reviewed at building permit, but with the CRN zoning recommendations that are included in the draft plan, development would be required with a site plan for anything above 10,000 square feet. So we would be talking about development that would be below 10,000 square feet that would fall outside of the site plan review. And it's our understanding that that would be captured through the building permit review process with the Department of Permitting Services.
Well, I was there. What they do, when we're talking about the GIP, we talk about not only water and sewer, we talk about, traffic, we talk about parking, we talk about a school, we talk about open space, parks, and everything. As much as I know, that is not covered in permitting. Maybe we have to have some presentation to see that how permitting look at the cumulative. I'm talking about the cumulative impact of this by right that we are putting in. As much as I know, they are not looking at that. So here, Robert says, agrees with me, so I don't know.
Commissioner, Robert Cronenberg for the record. A couple things to add to what you're stating, and just the timing's perfect because we had a really good meeting with DPS leadership yesterday to figure out how we can coordinate even better. And one of those things was to give this board some presentations on very particular items like stormwater management, well and septic at different times. But back to your question about, kind of what happens at building permit. You're correct in that at the time of a development review case, there's a lot that's being reviewed, and a lot of that is in a kind of a cumulative impact, whether it's transportation, whether it's water and sewer adequacy. That is being reviewed, and by the time it gets to permit, it's typically viewed as it's already been reviewed and they can proceed unless they had some things that they needed to correct or they needed to address. For those that don't, we still have at permit, they're still reviewing the schools, whether it's and usually it's a payment. If there is water and sewer adequacy that's needed, that's reviewed at permit. APF that's kind of a tough one because permits come in and we are part of that review as well. The planning department is part of the review, and we will flag it if an APF review is needed. And this board has approved a couple policy changes recently that said we can approve at building permits some lots that have been recorded or they're at a certain stage in the process. And if they're not in that stage, then we flag it for an amendment to a subdivision or something that would require another step. But there is a lot that does happen at permit beyond just development review. So hopefully that helps you.
So maybe at one point when we have a chance, you could show us the process.
Sure.
And I would say what, I think is important not only for us, for people that they are listening to us. And we have heard this, over and over from our constituents, is that when we are changing the houses and zoning and allow that we're going to have duplexes, triplexes, or other things that we allow in zoning by rights, how do we, in the approval process, it's not going to come in front of us, so it goes to permitting. We're going to look at the cumulative impact of those, that how it's going to be impacting for adequate public facilities for those communities. I am interested for cumulative impact. That's what I'm looking for. Thanks.
I'm just going to add some additional points here. First, I'm going to read to you the language that's in the existing GIP with regard to water and sewer. So there is a component to it that relates to this. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it states, in accordance with the Adequate Public Facilities Ordinance, applications must be considered adequately served by water and sewer if the subdivision is located in an area in which water and sewer service is presently available, is under construction, is designated by the County Council for extension of service within the first 2 years of a current approved comprehensive water and sewage systems plan, or if the applicant either provides a community water and/or sewage system or meets Department of Permitting Services requirements for septic and/or well systems. I'll stop there. It was much longer than I thought. It essentially is if water and sewer exists. There's nothing really in here that talks about, well, is it old? Is it aging? Does it have enough capacity to take on, 10 more of these? And when we're reviewing an individual application, we're looking at that one specific. And so, and if you think about what's allowed by right today, and even under the More Housing Now package that the council is still considering, they're not allowing under that package duplexes or triplexes by right. It's all still by site plan review, which would have to come before the planning board anyway. But what's allowed by right today, it's largely residential, single-family homes. And, you know, with any one home that's being added in a neighborhood, it's not going to have an impact on, measurable impact on transportation, on traffic. It's not going to have a measurable impact on schools. It's not going to have a measurable impact on water and sewage. But to your point, the cumulative effect of this is something that we need to be thinking about. And so this is certainly something that is on our minds. And as we take up the next growth and infrastructure policy, we can continue to try to engage WSSC and other agencies in an effort to try to better understand what does adequacy mean from a water and sewer perspective. Is there something that can be more cumulative that we look at? But, you know, this is just, you know, the way, what we have today, and that it's just basically whether or not it exists.
No, I just want to make sure that this question is not just from me, and it's in no way against what it is being proposed. I'm just raising the questions and concerns that we hear, and I don't have an answer. I like to have an answer, so that helps for our cause.
Yeah, so thank you for bringing up that observation, the question. Great if we can put when we do the next growth and infrastructure policy, make sure we talk, you know, at least put that idea there. And also I think, I'm not sure, but I think a lot of community comments are based on, like, the current system needs to be upgraded. You know, there are a lot of failures in the current water and sewer, you know, and so that, you know, that would make you think, okay, why add another one when the current's failing? You know, so I think WSSC, there's some discussion what's the plan to upgrade over time their current system. So, but that's not part of this, but it's a good placeholder to have as we have more discussions with WSSC and then when we do the next growth and infrastructure policy.
Okay. One additional thing I'll add with that review when it comes to the schools component of it, it was mentioned that what's most likely is a payment. So with schools, yeah, an individual single-family home or a duplex or a triplex may not add a significant impact on the school enrollment. However, if it is in an area that is required to make a utilization premium payment, when that adequate public facilities review is conducted, that would become a condition of that approval, whether it's through us or through GPS, that they need to make that utilization premium payment. So that is how, on the school side, that still comes into play.
So thank you. You can.
All right, I'm going to turn it over to Lisa Gavoni for housing.
Actually, if I may jump in, Carrie Sanders for the record. I think the way we're organizing the session, just for so that you know that how we're moving through the presentation, we were going to start with the community facilities first and just look for direction from you. Then we're going to go to housing and look for direction from you. Then we're going to go finally to schools. And so we are looking, if we can go back to that next slide, to get some direction from you as to the recommendations in the plan as they relate to fire and rescue, police department, public libraries, and Department of Rec. And if I missed anyone there, let me know. But I think those are the ones that I think we're looking to get direction.
Yeah, I thought we were in general consensus that your recommendations we're fine with your recommendations. Unless,
yeah. Good morning, Planning Board. For the record, Lisa Gavoni with Countywide Planning and Policy, and today I'm going to talk a little bit about the housing testimony and the housing recommendations. Next slide. So when I talk about the housing testimony, I'm going to go through some of the concerns that we heard, but I'm largely going to incorporate the responses within the recommendations because we feel that the recommendations in the plan do respond well to the testimony that we heard. We obviously heard, a lot about housing in the public hearings. We heard things that the zoning recommendations may prioritize luxury housing over affordable options, failing to guarantee low and moderate income housing. Increased housing growth risks increasing traffic congestion, overcrowding schools, and straining aging infrastructure. Concerns persist about the affordability of redeveloped housing stock with fears of displacing long-term residents and losing affordable housing options. Next slide. Residents, they stress the importance of preserving suburban neighborhood characteristics such as walkability, green spaces, and community amenities. And there were specific objections include zoning changes at key community hubs, which serve vital local needs and may be disrupted by redevelopment. When we look at the housing recommendations, similar to how we've laid it out in other master plans, they really fall into 3 buckets. And that first bucket is affordable housing. And I think we'll go over this on the next slide, but one of the important things to remember about this plan is that all rental properties in the draft plan have some form of deed restriction on the properties that restricts rents either through federal, state, or local programs. And this draft plan really aims to increase the number of regulated affordable housing in the plan area. It also has a focus on the preservation of affordable housing. We want to preserve existing naturally occurring affordable housing when feasible. And then there's also an emphasis on just increasing the number of units in the housing inventory overall. And we want to build more diverse types of housing in the plan area.
Could you explain what you mean that the first bullet? I didn't understand. There is a deed restriction that restrict rents through federal and state regulations. What's that? I have
Sure.
never heard
So when we talk about affordable housing, capital A affordable housing, it's an affordable housing program. So for example, the Warwick has moderately priced dwelling units. That's a county program that restricts a certain percentage of units as set aside affordable to households at 65 to 70% of area median income. Every single rental property in the plan area has some kind of deed restriction that restricts the rents that are able to be charged for that unit. So for example, Inwood House has an affordable through a federal program, section 202 or 811, that also serves developmental disabilities. So it's a special needs housing development, but it also helps create affordable housing for those people.
So that's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
I'm
saying
sorry.
it as something that was not a good thing and you had to change it.
No, it's a good thing.
No, that's a good thing. Okay.
It's a good thing that we want to preserve and we want to keep. And if you look at this chart, you'll see that.
I'm good with that. I just read it
Yeah.
the other way.
That's okay.
Sorry.
Yeah, and most projects that end up with federal subsidies for affordable housing and have the restrictions, and they have usually expiration dates, but almost all the time they're refinanced into some form of, again, maintainable affordable housing. Like Inwood House is never going to become market rate housing. It's just not. They'd have to knock the whole thing down. It'd have to be a complete redevelopment. But they're almost anything that's capital A really affordable housing and not naturally occurring affordable housing is actually deed restricted affordable housing. And so this, there's tons of it in the plan area.
Yes, just to further emphasize that, I think the important thing to also look at is the market segment a lot of these properties are serving. There's a lot of senior facilities, developmental disabilities, special needs, and this is really a good thing. We don't see, like Commissioner Hedrick said, as there being a likelihood that they change or lose that affordable housing, even for federally financed programs. A lot of times, if the control period expiration date comes, a lot of times they'll work with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs to extend those affordable units. There's a University Towers condominium that is market rate, but it's generally affordable home ownership opportunities, but it is a high percentage of those units are rental units too. Next slide.
It's rental by owner with that, right? Most of those are rental by owner.
Yes.
Yeah.
And if I may jump in for those that are listening from virtually or at home, Carrie Sanders for the record, I think our housing recommendations are really looking to preserve this affordable housing, and we feel that these deed restrictions, which are actually quite impressive. I know Lisa had mentioned to me that we don't always see these deed restrictions in the county, so this really shows the importance of holding on to this affordable housing and making sure, even when there is renovations or redevelopment, that deed allows for that affordable housing to be provided in the future. So we're really feeling that this is a good element that is there in the plan and that we want to preserve, and that's part of the spirit of our recommendations.
Absolutely.
So those restrictions goes with land, not with the building, because if it is...
That is correct.
Okay, that's very important. Yeah.
So building on top of that, we not only want to preserve these units, we want to expand the amount of affordable housing in the plan. One of the key recommendations is to increase the number of required moderately priced dwelling units from 12.5% to 15%. We've done this in several recent master plans, including the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan, the Great Seneca Plan, the Bethesda Downtown Plan, and that's really in recognition of the need for more affordable housing in the county. I will also say, every year, as you know, you send up the planning areas in the county that have a 15% MPD requirement. One of them this year was Four Corners, Kent Mill. So there already is a 15% requirement for part of the plan area. So we think it's also good to have synergy throughout the plan area and the MPD requirement. And we talked a little bit about this in the preliminary recommendations when we came to the board, but this is one of the first plans that addresses the need for fair housing. In 2023, the Maryland State Legislature passed a bill which obligates Maryland charter counties to affirmly furthering fair housing through the county's housing and urban development programs. This really is, what this is a goal, it's a goal to combat housing discrimination, eliminate racial bias, undo historic patterns of segregation, and lift barriers that restrict access to foster inclusive communities and achieve racial equity and fair housing choice. We think this is really important to include in the plan. The current administration federally did submit that they would like to withdraw this from the from implementation of the federal fair housing law, so we think it's important to include in our master plans that this is important to us.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Cavoni. What does, in practice, what does this look like? I mean, like if you went to a project and how do you say they're fairly affirming federal fair housing? What does this look like?
Sure,
what does this look like?
That's a really great question. So this is one of the first plans that we have this recommendation in. But the way that I imagine it looking at is we talk a lot about how the patterns of land use can persist patterns of segregation within the community. So when we're looking at creating land use recommendations in our plans, we're looking for ways to increase the diversity of housing, increase the amount of affordable housing, and really increase access to housing throughout the community. It's not a perfect implementation, considering it's a land use master plan comparatively to a policy. Right. But we think that it's important to, when we evaluate the land use recommendations, that we are looking at making sure that they are increasing housing choice and housing access.
I think, piggyback to his question, since this bill came in 2023, has anything changed in our practice? Because we have always been doing that, I think.
I think you're right. We absolutely have been doing this, but I think it's similar to when we created Thrive Montgomery 2050. A lot of what we put in Thrive 2050 we were already doing. We had the housing element of 2011 that outlined that, and we updated it. We think it's really important to have this kind of policy document to outline our, what our goals are for housing, and one of our goals is to firmly further fair housing.
Yeah.
If I may, Jessica McVeary for the record, I think I would also add that the zoning recommendations are directly tied to this goal and trying to expand the housing types on traditionally single-unit detached properties is tied directly to this goal as well.
Yeah, I think a basic reading of the 68 Fair Housing Act would actually ban exclusionary zoning. I think a basic reading of the 68 Fair Housing Act would do that. That's not how it's enforced, and that's not how the 23 bill is enforced. But I think a fair reading of the 68 housing bill would eliminate exclusionary zoning very simply. And I think that at least we're making a moderate attempt to rectify that within the plan area.
Similar to a lot of our other recent master plans, we included a recommendation for no net loss of affordable housing, and that means that in the event of redevelopment, this plan really strives for no net loss of naturally occurring affordable housing, as well as deed-restricted affordable housing. That means in the event of redevelopment, the number of affordable housing units removed should be replaced in new development and their affordability levels to be preserved. We have yet to see an application come in a plan that has a no net loss recommendation, but I can tell you that I talked to the Department of Housing and Community Affairs about this yesterday, about other projects in other parts of the county that are going through this, and they had mentioned that they're working with the applicants to use rental agreements. Rental agreements are similar they are agreements with the landlord that help restrict rents and rent increases in housing developments. So that's one thing that we're looking at utilizing.
Question. We could I don't know if we get to more questions about this when we get toward the end of this section, but in the memo it's 80%, affordable to 80% of under. I've said before, I don't love the concept of naturally occurring affordable housing because it's not natural.
Right.
It's based entirely on our political economy. It's one of the most regulated systems that we have. It's this assumption that there is a set amount of development that happens and all we're doing is tweaking the output of that development. There's a set number of units, and it's not. It affects the decisions of whether or not to build and where to build and what type of things to build and stuff like that. So it's I think it's a restrictive covenant on supply, which is the fundamental way to address large amounts of affordable housing. And if we're using rent restrictions through DHCD, then I'm concerned even more about the dampening effect of construction and the dampening effect of development of putting in striving for no net loss of naturally occurring affordable housing. And so just something to think about as we continue to go on with this and whether or not we want to raise the definition. Are we including the definition of affordable, of 80% as affordable? How is that implemented over time, and how does ability to change that, is that permanent throughout the master plan within this area? And then sort of what are we also doing to sort of encourage the supply, which is the long-term solution to the problem?
I think that the words practicable and feasible are doing a lot of work in this recommendation. I think that when an application comes in, obviously there's discussion, negotiations, and I think that not every redevelopment of naturally occurring affordable housing will probably have rental agreements, but I think that what DHCA would like is just to have that discussion as understanding that these units are resources to the people that live there now, but your point is well taken. I would also say that, yesterday we met with the Department of Housing and Community Affairs to talk about the MPDU update and the workforce housing update, and I think that they're looking a lot at increasing the flexibility of those programs to hopefully make some of this not as much as an issue in future plans, hopefully.
Yeah, we only see the end of a decision of whether or not to create an apartment complex, a housing development, anything like that. We only see the end of that decision, and we're trying to adjust the end of that decision without acknowledging all that goes into the decision of where, when, what to buy, and what to produce. And so I don't love that we're putting this in. I don't love that we're putting naturally occurring affordable housing in the plan as a sort of ill-defined set of things. Now, it's affordable to 80% of AMI, but there's also a lot that goes into the discussion of what the rent is on a particular property and its age. And one of the things that is the biggest predictor of whether or not you have something that you can define as naturally occurring affordable housing is whether or not it's had any investment in it for decades. And usually that's no. It's typically subpar, or often is subpar housing, particularly compared to what's around it in the neighborhood or in the vicinity. So I just want to give us some more thought to that we're concerning ourselves with the entire pipeline of what creates the housing that we're getting out, and not assuming that there is some sort of baseline amount of production that we are then tweaking the output of, which is not what we're doing. We're affecting the strategic decision-making of when, where, and what to build. And so I understand where we're coming from here, and I think that the best way to produce and maintain affordable housing is not to create a new definition of naturally occurring affordable housing, but instead to deed restrict what we want to deed restrict. Let's be honest about what we're doing, and let's be honest about maintaining long-term affordable housing like we have early. And so anyway, just a thought as we go through this, because I want to make sure that we're focusing on what produces the units that we need and not attempting to sort of ignore the fact of the black box of what produces housing. And so we have all heard this before.
Well, let me just say that I do applaud DHCA for being willing to give rental agreements, because what they're sort of buying down the rent. And the fact that so that they can keep rents in that community, you know, and I do think some of the naturally occurring, I do feel that older units, and not all older units are run down. You know, some of the community, you know, they're just older. They don't have the amenities that a modern building would have, and so therefore they can't charge, you know, that rent. So I don't, in some cases, it's lower rent because they have been disinvested in, but not all the cases are like that. So I know it's hard, to come up with this, would everyone agree on the definition of a naturally occurring, but my concept is because it's older and you can't charge the market rate, the rent that you would of a newer building. So that's
Yeah. And that's not, and not to indicate that all of it is, but that tends to be that's the practical output, is that it's only naturally occurring because it's either older or, you know, it's underinvested, or the neighborhood has not been invested in a while. And it tends that way. It's what public housing authorities purchase so that they can rehab it. And we have to have federal subsidies to do that, considerable federal subsidies to do that. The capital stacks can be extreme when it comes to the number of different financing options you have to layer in there to buy and rehab that. And that's because it's typical long-term disinvestment. But I just want to make sure that we're considering the pipeline to create. And if you want to create more naturally occurring affordable housing, you have to let it naturally occur. You have to let it build. You have to let it exist and grow and plant more of it, if we're going to keep going with this metaphor. So like, if you want naturally occurring affordable housing, you have to build the housing that becomes that naturally occurring affordable housing. Like, this is not a system in which just some housing becomes naturally occurring and some becomes luxury, and that's the bifurcated thing that we have. It's naturally occurring because somebody built it, and then it lasted, and it existed. And we're not building enough right now that lets it last and exist. For every naturally occurring affordable housing unit we have today, we will have considerably less 20, 30, 40, 50 years in the future, and we will still be having this discussion. And so the solution to the problem of affordability is supply, not carving out a separate section of affordable housing that we're going to protect but not subsidize. And this is my concern. And I understand that we're rezoning for more supply, but if it's 80% of AMI right now, that doesn't allow for reinvestment in the future that produces a thing. It will just continue to filter down and further. And I think, you know, that will be the outcome of a lot of those units and a lot of those buildings. And so if we want naturally occurring affordable housing, quote unquote, in the future, we need to allow it to be built now. And we are doing that with zoning. I just want to make...
Okay, I agree. The goal is to build more housing, all types. I agree with you. Okay.
And finally, for housing recommendations, gentrification and displacement came up a lot in the testimony. And I want to be really honest and say that this plan does address gentrification and displacement. The plan recommends strategically increasing the supply of housing in the plan area, and especially along the corridors. And we know from our research that neighborhoods that add more housing have grown more inclusively, meaning they have simultaneously added housing at both the low income through our affordable housing programs, our inclusionary zoning programs, and other affordable programs, and at the high income ranges. And corridor plans like the University Boulevard Corridor Plan will further encourage this trend. And more market rate housing and affordable housing along our corridors provide the opportunity for people of all income levels to live along them. I think that when we talk about gentrification and displacement, and I look at, the 15% MPDU requirement, for example, Four Corners and Kent Mill has a 15% MPDU requirement right now, but it has virtually seen no new supply. And it has a 15% requirement because the income increased, because more high-income households moved. But they did not add low-income households at the same time because no new development occurred. So we think the recommendations in this plan aim to add households at both the higher end and the lower end to make it more diverse along the University Boulevard corridor. Next slide. And with that, we ask that the Planning Board approve the housing recommendations in the draft plan.
I support your recommendations.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Just want to make sure. No net loss of naturally occurring affordable housing will not produce any more affordable housing. And it's not a situation in which it solves the problem that we're attempting to solve. It just doesn't. It's not a supply issue. The only way to solve the issue of affordable housing is to increase supply. That's the long-term solution to this plan. If you want to solve gentrification, it's variety and supply of housing. So the issues of these are admirable, are great. They will not move the needle on actually solving the problem of the supply and the amount of affordable housing that we need. If you have naturally occurring affordable housing and it's not deed restricted, higher income people bid other people out of it. That's what happens in Four Corners. It's what happens in these low income areas. That's the source of gentrification, is the bidding out by high income residents who don't have any place else to live because we haven't built enough housing in other places. And so they bid out people in these other areas. Supply is the key to this function. Supply is the key to this problem, and we need to address the supply issue. And I'm perfectly happy with all the housing recommendations. They're fine.
Okay.
It's just that don't assume that putting in a no net loss will have any impact on the number of people who are affordably housed. It is at best a stopgap measure, and it is not a solution to the problem. And the solution is then deed restrictions and supply. Sorry, soapbox, now put behind me.
We agree. I think one of the things that came out of the Bethesda Downtown Plan is this idea of doing a work group on no net loss of affordable housing. I think that there is a recognition of your concern. I think both here and throughout the county, I think that the current Department of Housing and Community Affairs has chosen to prioritize these units, and we have a collaborative relationship with them, and they're a development partner when we see redevelopment. And so I think my hope for this work group is we come together and create some recommendations that further, help address this concern.
I mean, we could also just give HOC billions of dollars, but nobody seems to want to do that at the moment, so whatever. But it's just, it won't, it's great, it's fine, but it's a stopgap. It's fighting retreating action. It's not solving the problem. It's minimizing the bleed out, which is what's happening. And so I appreciate, and I mean, that's fine. That's stabilizing it until we can do something else is great, but it's not a solution to the problem. And I don't think that we need to treat the preservation of naturally occurring affordable housing as a solution to a problem. It needs to be treated as, and if once you put rent restrictions on it, it is then no longer naturally occurring affordable housing. Rent agreements then move it into the subsidy realm. But it's subsidy based on not government and not public subsidy. It's government's private subsidy and enforced private subsidy, which is inherently less stable. And so all my thing is to put the marker down that it is, the only thing that it is doing is stopping it from getting worse faster. And that's mine.
Okay. I agree with you, and we're focusing on the supply, and we're really pushing on the supply. So,
yeah, I agree with everything that was just said, and I want to come back to the two words you brought up before, to the extent practical and feasible, to have these conversations or to move forward with kind of no net loss in the event of redevelopment. We know that language in these plans, as we've talked about before, it's sort of a guiding principle. So when applications come in, we know that sort of requires, for lack of a better word, that these conversations at least need to take place. And I think that's good for the conversation to take place. But I guess my question is, do we feel like using the terms to the extent practical and feasible, is that flexible enough? Or to Commissioner Hedrick's, I think, underlying point, are we moving in the realm of maybe starting to discourage ideas about redevelopment conversations if there is concern that we will really push for absolutely no net loss, which could affect feasibility of redevelopment. And we see a lot of these buildings are quite old at this point, 1967, 1966, 1970, later in the 70s, 1986, which is when I was born. Coming up on a big year next year, unfortunately.
Me too. I was also born in 1987.
So I 100% agree that, preservation is one of the pillars of the stool for helping to stabilize a community if we are worried about a lot of these forces leading to people being displaced, but it's one of, and I'm worried. So I guess I'm wondering, do we feel like the language is flexible enough so that this one pillar of the stool doesn't overwhelm the other pillars of the stool, which is,
supply and subsidy. So just curious thoughts on that. If, do we think that it might discourage redevelopment when it actually is needed?
So I will tell you that the background on this language has been very hotly debated at the council level. We've revised this recommendation many times. The goal of practical and feasible is to give us that flexibility. Now, we can argue if we think that it goes far enough, if it's flexible enough, but at the council level, when we discuss this recommendation, the goal is that we're not, boxing ourselves in a corner, that we can't negotiate and we don't and it's really in recognition of the project-specific, characteristics that make each project unique and different. And we also want to be able to, sit at the table and negotiate in goodwill about, existing conditions of the project.
And I think, Carrie Sanders, for the record, the development review aspect of this, I think the language is good for that. And I also think the language, for those that are following along, is on page 78 of the plan. It's underneath preservation of affordable housing. It reads, preserve existing naturally occurring affordable housing where practicable, striving for no net loss of a naturally occurring affordable housing in the event of redevelopment. So I think it's echoing many of the sentiments here, as well as sort of the intent of the development review process, which is to look at these things as the projects come through. So I think the language as it stands does reflect many of what we've heard from the board members today.
Okay. Yeah. Great. Yeah, thanks for that.
I would make one other comment, and this is more of a technical comment on the use of AMI as the measure. One of the things that I think is good for certain, particularly for certain HUD programs over the last few years, is AMI has gotten more, not neighborhood-based, but more geographically restrictive. So we have AMIs for much narrower geographies than we used to use. I'm not entirely sure that when we talk about something like 80% of AMI for no net loss of naturally occurring affordable housing, the current AMI structure is the best way to do it, because your housing market is regional. It's the people that may be moving in, and addressing these units don't necessarily come from now the very restricted geographic areas which we use to measure AMI. And so area median income. I don't know if we've actually ever said, if we've said that so far today, it's area median income. But those restricted geographies are meant for subsidies within certain HUD programs, vouchers and whatnot that they're fine to use for this, but the restricted geographies means that you're not taking into account that the housing market is regional, and that the pressure on naturally occurring affordable housing comes not just from the local geographic area in which you're measuring AMI, but the geographic area. It could be a government analyst moving from Arlington that's putting the pressure. That level of income is not accounted for within an 80% of a local AMI thing. And I'm not wanting to change the language here or blow it up at the moment, but when we discuss this long term of how we address these issues of naturally occurring affordable housing, we're using a measure of AMI which was not designed for this, and it's not taking into account the nature of the housing market as a regional and multi-jurisdictional housing market. It doesn't even cover Montgomery County, much less, the other places from which people move, DC, Arlington, Frederick, wherever you. So just a thought to put down there, that we're using a measure which doesn't necessarily capture the thing that we're trying to capture.
So great point. And I think, Ms. Scavone, maybe when you talk to DHCA, you can bring up these comments, and like that. I think we're good. I would recommend we keep what we have now, but this is something that you have those discussions with DHCA. And Commissioner Linden, there's a great point about the point is as practical and whatever. I think having that flexibility is really, really important, because I was at the ULI conference in Denver earlier this week, and I talked to some regional developers that had been developing in this market, and Montgomery County is on the bubble. I mean, in terms of where they're willing to lend, and because of some of the decisions we've been making. And I think the more flexibility we have, we do not want to have more restrictions, because I think that would really, development is also dependent upon lenders willing to lend, right? A developer is not necessarily putting up the bulk of the money, it's the lenders, it's the equity investors and things like that. And so I think we need to have as much flexibility to send a signal that we do want that supply, right? So I think flexibility is really important, and I wouldn't make this language any more strict, but I like what you have because it sends a signal that, you know, it's a project-by-project development, and we have to look at on a project-by-project level, because every project's different. Thank you.
Can I just one more, hopefully very quick thing? And I don't want to get bogged down in this conversation, and you know, about NOAA in general. At least as it relates to this plan. Although I 100%, I agree with the fact that, you know, housing is a result of policy, regulation, and land use. It's not natural in and of itself. My concern with sort of continuing to double down with the use of the term in our master plans is that it implies that anything we're doing beyond what currently exists is unnatural, that somehow what is there now has sort of always been meant to be there. It's natural, and therefore what we're doing is sort of disrupting, for lack of a better phrase, like the natural order of the community. And I don't think that's a healthy way to think about it. I also think it leads to a lot of misunderstanding about what we are trying to do and the benefits that come with continuing to try to move the community forward in certain ways. So I'd like to continue having this conversation with other, you know, planning exercises and master plans. I know it's a term that exists nationwide. It's not just here in Montgomery County, and it has some, you know, maybe some practical sort of generalized use when we're just trying to discuss differences in the housing market. But at least when it comes to formalizing the language we use specifically in our plans, which is formal language, it's intentional, it's supposed to refer to specific things. I don't like that it, you know, to repeat myself, I don't like that it implies that what we're trying to do is unnatural, because I don't think that's the case. Everything we're trying to do now has been done in the past. It's a part of a healthy community to continue going through these conversations and to continue developing and accommodating and facilitating change and growth. That is a perfectly healthy thing. I don't want to use the word natural. I don't think it's a natural thing, but I think it's a healthy part of a community. And so the term natural to me just strikes me as sort of reinforcing really problematic messaging.
We can change the term. We've used market rate affordable housing. And market rate affordable housing in other previous master plans, if that would help alleviate your concerns.
And that's what I was going to suggest. You know, as Lisa mentioned, I mean, the language generally that we're showing here is language that has been worked out over a number of master plans with the council. However, we don't define naturally occurring affordable housing anywhere in code or in the master plan. Right. So the idea of market rate is a little bit more descriptive and appropriate.
Accurate.
And so preserve market rate affordable housing where practicable, striving for no net loss of market rate affordable housing in the event of redevelopment.
Yeah. That sounds fine to me. And to piggyback on you know, what Mitty was saying this morning is what is unnatural is the current system. We have blocked the river. We have separated the genetic fish populations. And what we are doing now is building a fish ladder. Metaphorically speaking, and also actually speaking. But yeah, I mean, to Commissioner Linden's point, the natural aspect would be what we used to do. All right, or at least what was there before. What we've done is put a set of unnatural veto points in the way of the production. And like I said, what we're trying to do is I'm gonna keep the fish ladder metaphor. I love it. I'm gonna keep going with fish ladder.
Okay. Well, one of the things, so we can move. If there's a consensus that market rate affordable housing sounds great. Yeah. So if there's a consensus on that, we can use that language. Okay.
Thank you. So I think at the next slide we have the staff recommendation. Is that right, Lisa? Thank you. So I guess we'd like to know if you're on board with all the recommendations with that addition that you just mentioned.
Great. And if you're going to, can you somewhere in the footnote define what is market rate of so we can, or is it worth defining Or is it tells what the market rate is its own definition, it defines
We
it?
do have a definition for it that might be in the glossary, might not. If it's not, I can add it and footnote it in the master plan too.
Yeah, within the memo, it's, I think, 80% of AMI
Yes.
units are now, yeah.
Okay, yeah, just put, and we can look at it, but I think, I think you have consensus here, yes. The we approve the housing recommendations with that change, okay?
Yes, and if we put some thought into it and think of a term that kind of speaks to the spirit of what you've discussed today, I hope you're willing to, because, unregulated is another option. I mean, there's different ways to explain this, and we want to explain it in a way that's most clear to the average reader. So we'll come back with the red line document in June, and we'll have a definition, plus we'll have an explanation, and we might tweak it a little bit from what you talked about today, just so it's very clear to people what it is that we're...
Yeah, that's all, yeah,
Okay.
define it, so if someone reads in the definition, unregulated or whatever, but we trust that you'll...
Okay, thank you.
I will just note, we do have a definition of naturally occurring affordable housing in the plan glossary that we will change that title to market rate affordable housing with that same definition. And the definition reads, housing that is not income restricted to occupants, but due to the age and quality of the buildings are affordable to households earning below 80% of the Washington, D.C. metropolitan region's area median income. And I believe we also define area median income.
Okay, you're saying. So it is Washington, D.C. for the AMI for the 80% within. Okay, that's good.
Okay, great, thank you.
For the record, Jesus Beck, Countywide Planning and Policy Division. I'll be going over the schools section of the plan draft. One thing to say up front is that for the schools section, we are proposing a revised version of the plan draft. It's not a minor revision, so today's session will go over, we'll mostly go over what these revisions are and why we are suggesting this at this point of the planning process. Though one thing to remember, to bring back to memory is during the FY26 CIP review for MCPS, staff briefed the board on the change in the countywide enrollment trends from, stressing the school capacity to, rather going towards declining enrollment, and the need, because of that, for school planning practices to prioritize balancing utilization rates between adjacent and nearby schools, rather than focusing on each overutilized school individually in isolation. The University Boulevard Corridor Plan in the public hearing draft did not fully reflect that approach, so the revisions are mainly to align the plan draft with that direction. This slide will show the main, points that we are going to go over today about with these revisions. The first one is that the schools included in the plan draft language should list all of the ones that are serving the plan area, not just the ones located within the plan area. The second point would be for the plan to acknowledge the impacts of MCPS's current boundary study at the middle and high school level for Charles Woodward High School and Northwood High School capital projects being complete in 2027. And the third would be for the recommendations to prioritize student reassignments to adjacent schools with surplus capacity over adding new capacity at an individual overutilized school. So the going back to the first bullet point, the plan should include all of the schools serving the plan area. This is on the page 125 of the public hearing draft. Currently, the plan only lists the schools that are located within the plan area. We are suggesting the language to be revised to include all of the schools serving the plan area. So for the elementary schools, that would be Arcola, Forest Knolls, Glen Haven, Kemp Mill, and the paired Montgomery Knolls and Pinecrest Elementary Schools. For the middle school level, that would be Eastern, Odessa, Shannon, Silver Spring International, and Sligo Middle Schools. Currently, there are no middle schools located within the plan area, but 4 middle schools are serving the plan area. And then at the high school level, that would be Northwood and Blair high schools. The other thing to note is that the middle schools and high schools serving the plan area, the boundaries are under review. All of these schools are under review as part of the Charles Woodward High School reopening. So for now, these are the schools serving the plan area, but in 2027, all of this could potentially change.
You may have mentioned it. What is the definition of serving?
It pretty much means the homes within the plan area are assigned to these schools by address.
Okay.
That doesn't mean all the students go to these schools, because there are several programs that will allow students to go to different schools, but these are the default schools that students would be feeding to based on their home address.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next slide shows a map that we are suggesting to replace the map that was in the public hearing draft. The public hearing draft was showing the cluster service areas, which are pretty much the high school service areas. But as I've just mentioned, the high school service areas are currently under review. And at the same time, clusters are not as neat in this service area. You could see Montgomery Knolls Pinecrest Elementary School splits into different middle schools and then scrambles again for high schools. So the clusters are not as strong to begin with, but at the same time, the middle schools and high schools, the boundaries at the moment are, we could say, is temporary. In 2027, we do not know what those boundaries will look like. We do know the elementary school boundaries are not under review for the current boundary study. So we are showing each feeder pattern of the plan area based on the elementary school, middle school, and high school assignment patterns. So the different color blocks are showing the different areas that feed into the same elementary school, same middle school, and same high school. One thing to note, Northwood High School, right now marked in the middle of the plan area with the red, is under construction. So currently, students are not commuting to that school. They are commuting to the new Woodward High School in Old Georgetown Park. But that is where Northwood High School will return in 2027 once the school project is complete. Just that this map is being proposed to replace Figure 84 of the public hearing draft. Okay, next, talking about the MCPS boundary study, staff suggests that the plan fully acknowledge the impacts of the boundary study in the draft language. This is part of page 126 in the public hearing draft. It does not completely capture the fact that Blair High School's overcrowding is intended to be relieved by the Woodward High School boundary study. So we will delete the part that it says and will remain over capacity in the future with but is intended to be relieved by a boundary change that will follow the reopening of Charles Woodward High School and the expansion of Northwood High School in 2027. Next is a lengthy paragraph, but the Montgomery County Public Schools part is just, I guess, necessary change because the part that we've changed earlier in the plan did not completely spell out MCPS. So we're suggesting that tiny technical revision there. The next two revisions sort of clarifies that the boundary study is not only about the new school, but is intended to relieve the overcrowding at the different schools. So it's not just about a new school boundary, it's about school service areas overall changing to reassign students. And then we're suggesting to add that last sentence there to show that there are over 750 surplus seats collectively across all of the high schools that are being reviewed together in the boundary study. Next part is a bigger part of the revision, but it boils down to each subsection for elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools in the public hearing draft had listed options as the first sentence suggests that the plan recommends to accommodate students from the plan area. if there is overcrowding, but the priorities, the recommended priorities listed building capacity first, and then if not feasible, reassigning students. But as we have reviewed with the board for the MCPS CIP, we are trying to, I guess, go in a direction where available capacity at surrounding schools are utilized first, based on the fact that so many schools have so much surplus capacity. So we're simply deleting those subsections. In Appendix G of the public hearing draft, it was included in the public hearing draft. There are the different strategies that MCPS would and could employ in the case of overutilization, listed specifically with the number of seat deficit thresholds and what would be considered by MCPS. So we're deleting those subsections where the priorities were not introduced in the way we are trying to recommend MCPS do. But the overall school recommendations did have the true recommendation that if during the life of the plan, a school serving the plan area becomes overutilized, MCPS should consider reassigning students instead of building additional capacity at just one overutilized school. So that part of the public hearing draft will remain. For overall school recommendations, we're just deleting the title since we are suggesting to delete the subsections that went above that. So that was on pages 127 to 128 of the public hearing draft. And that is the last part of, it's taking out a big chunk of the public hearing draft, but it falls under the same theme of reprioritizing our recommendations. So
Yeah,
with,
can I ask a question? Have we spoken to MCPS to get their feedback on these recommendations, and what do they say? Or are they in a general agreement, or just out of curiosity?
so we have sent the draft, this version of the draft to MCPS multiple times. We haven't heard back from them specifically, which is pretty common. The one thing during our meetings before sending the final draft that they did request us do currently is reflected in these revisions, which was to fully acknowledge the boundary study, and then with the cluster service areas map, figure 84, their request was to make it clear that these service areas may change. But since we're showing the elementary school service areas that they aren't changing, we are addressing that one comment.
So more specifically, the comment about consider reassigning students to an adjacent or nearby school where there is surplus capacity available. Did they comment at all on that recommendation?
They have not commented specifically on this, but overall throughout our coordination meetings, they do not seem to be particularly objecting to our recommendations. I know it's difficult for them, so they're not fully going, let's go, but they're, yeah.
Okay.
They have acknowledged that they will likely look at elementary school boundaries too at a certain point after all the middle school and high school boundary studies are over. So I think they are slowly moving along on that way. So the impression I get is they're not particularly opposed to us moving in this direction.
Okay, thank you so much.
I have a question. You mentioned the Down County Consortium, and then in the plan, you show Northwood and then Walter Johnson High School. I think there's some reference to it. But I was confused why a school 3.4 miles away, Kennedy High School, and a school 2.1 miles away, Blair High School, weren't addressed in the plan.
Oh, the Walter, so Kennedy High School and Blair High School are all part of the Down County Consortium. The reason Walter Johnson High School was mentioned in the plan is because it is part, included in the boundary study scope for Woodward High School and Northwood High School. The boundary study scope for that right now includes 8 high schools. 5 of them are the Down County Consortium. Walter Johnson is another one. Bethesda, Chevy Chase, and Whitman High School are the other ones. So these are all the schools that MCPS is reviewing together to relieve or reassign students to. Some of those schools have had a lot of capital investment recently and have some additional capacity. So where there is additional capacity, MCPS is likely to look at their capacity as available as well. I can't say for sure since we're not doing the actual boundary options, but we do know that some of the schools have capacity. Some of them don't, but this is the group of schools that they are looking at together. And this is where there's some confusion. Some people are thinking, why are they trying to move all these kids into the new schools? That's not necessarily what they're trying to look at. They are looking at the schools comprehensively to see where there is capacity, where there isn't capacity. It could be a domino effect of students shifting around. I can't say for sure without having. Okay, I have seen their options, but I'm on the non-disclosure agreement. I cannot share the options that I have seen. But it is the capacity availability and lack of capacity being reviewed together. And these are the group of schools that they're looking at together. The very reason for a new high school being, I guess, scheduled is because several high schools together combined hit the seat deficit threshold for a new school. It was not one specific school that needed so much capacity that they warranted a new high school to open. It was multiple DCC Down County Consortium high schools and Walter Johnson High School together that reached the threshold where MCPS's policy says we need a new high school for these clusters together. Not all of the Down County high schools were in that, but the Down County high school is being brought in together. Whitman and Bethesda Chevy Chase are schools where there has been a lot of capital investment to increase capacity, so I'm assuming that is why they were included in there as well.
As part of the plan, is there any consideration or contemplation of neighborhood school preference and local school preference with regards to families purchasing homes near, in, or around schools which they want their children to attend?
School assignment is completely under the jurisdiction of MCPS, so that's all I can say. We're, in terms of school capacity and adequacy is what the master plan can address. We can address accessibility, safe routes to schools to encourage, local schools serving the students. But in terms of actual assignment, we do not have any jurisdiction over that.
Great, thank you.
Can I ask a question? Currently, we say that the school capacity is more impacted by turnover rather than, new houses. Do you think this trend, if we get successful and we build all of these, housing opportunities, that we are doing a lot of rezoning and creating a lot of different kind of housing, are we going, what is the process to look at into future and see that if that still holds or how the trend is? Is it like every 3 or 5 years you look at that, or is it based on the annual basis to be looked at? If you could just give us some insight.
So one thing we do know is MCPS updates their projections every year. Their projections further out is slightly less accurate, but since they're updating it every year and we are using those updated projections every year, that is how we can tweak how we're looking at the future. When we're trying to look at further out, if you look at the school utilization report, and the board may be pretty familiar with the historic trend bar graphs that I have presented. It shows us, most of the time, it shows a pretty strong trend of, you could see enrollment increasing declining, and then elementary school patterns showing up in middle schools later, and then high schools later. And that is where currently, although at the high school level, MCPS is still projecting slight growth, although a plateauing growth pattern, we have seen the elementary school decline showing up in the middle schools where it's plateauing. So when we look further out of the high schools beyond 5 years, we are able to softly predict that the high schools will probably not keep growing. Since the middle schools have stopped growing, elementary schools have started declining. For a while, we're, I guess, expecting the elementary school decline to start showing up in the middle schools and high schools beyond, for the years beyond what MCPS is projecting. That is a pretty strong decline, if I could say, and the county does not have that much land left to build homes to completely turn that trend. The turnover enrollment, if we remember from 2020 during the GIP, was responsible for 3/4 of the enrollment trend. New development was, this was during the strongest enrollment growth. New development only contributed to about, or maybe less than 1/4 of the enrollment trend. So 3/4 of the enrollment right now is like it's the tide that goes up and down. That is the existing homes that is controlling the enrollment trends, and new development is probably not going to be able to produce that strong of a current.
Well,
to
we are
overturn.
hoping that with building so many houses, that trend changes a little. I don't know, that was my question. Hopefully, rather than declining, we bring more families or people to stay here rather than to leave, unless that, you know, they come at the age that they don't have, you know, younger children. But, you know, that was the basis of the question that I was asking.
I think for that hope to be able to come out, we'll need more existing housing units available for sales to be turned over. I think that is part of the turnover decline. A lot of families are staying in their homes, so the younger families aren't able to move into the existing homes, which is why the enrollment is declining.
There's certain larger things that we can't really affect. Interest rates are a big impact on turnover, which is not gonna come down to what you get locked into a mortgage and you don't want to leave. That precludes younger families from essentially takes those houses out of the market for long periods of time. And the turnover. And I mean, honestly, given the changes that we're making in the zoning, if we're going to have the type of growth that would turn around what we've seen within the growth of the decline in student growth within MCPS, we would need a lot more construction than we would get out of the changes we're making now. We're not making anything that would be on the scale of changing that directional. No, to do that, we would need to do some very wild things that we're not going to do here. But maybe. But like, yeah, it's just not, the scale is not there to change the direction of that incline. It might affect it. And then, like I said, the broader issues of interest rates and turnovers are just something that we don't have the ability to affect.
Great, thank you.
With that, staff recommends that the board approve the recommended revisions to the public schools recommendations for the planning board draft.
Yeah, I would approve. Mr. Hedrick, okay, great. Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that quick recap of next steps, we'll come back on the 22nd for another work session, and then follow up with 2 more work sessions on May 29th and June 12th, still aiming to transmit to council this summer. So, thank you.
Yes, so before you, and I just have one question. In Appendix G, I think maybe it's still around schools, right? But it's talking about the assumptions you made for growth and looking at number. based on how many units you thought could be built in this bounding area. I think staff came up with 3,500 to 4,500 units, and then you used a sort of like a factor of 75% or something and said, now we're going to look at schools, student enrollment based on that. Just curious, and because of that number, 3,500 to 4,500, residents are thinking all of that's going to happen, even 75%. Do you think 75%, based on the growth patterns of the county and what's getting approved and not approved and what's going on in the economy, high interest rates and all this other stuff, and do you think 75% may be a little bit more maybe optimistic, and that maybe as we, not just this, but as we go forward in some of these other quarter plans, maybe having would you consider a lower, like, what do you call it, utilization rate or whatever, because maybe 3,500 to 4,500 may be aggressive. So just, and if you got more, great, but just sort of thinking about that, how do you think that 75% is the right number, or could we have, should it be lower or maybe even higher?
You are very correct, and I had actually tossed that part to the other staff on the team, and I think everyone agrees that is a very aggressive, probably to the level of impractical number. For the schools, I just said, give me the worst number in terms of stress on the capacity so we can test it. So that is that is the reasoning behind the 75%. We know 100% is probably not even, we're probably not going to test 100% of that, but 75% seemed high enough of a level that is unlikely to be reached, but we could test the schools on. But if the board is concerned of the number of units being too high, I believe it is negotiable, if negotiable is the right word. I did not derive on that percentage.
No, I'm just, I'm hoping it happens, but I'm just saying it sends a signal to the residents, they've looked and we're going to get 4,500 new units, and it's sort of we have to work harder to, talk them down, right?
Yeah, I'll also add that we debated this a lot among our team in terms of what was the appropriate number to use, and 75% is the factor that we have used historically and traditionally in evaluating facilities and transportation and schools, and so we sort of held to that. But I think that we also felt like it was ambitious, and I think that's something that perhaps we can sort of think about for future plans, is what is the right number, because I think we've sort of historically acknowledged that complete build-out of all of our recommendations in the plans is perhaps ambitious in a 20-year timeline, and so we've applied that 75% to say, like, in 20 years, 3/4 of this development could be realistic. On the quarter plans as we proceed, I think we do need to evaluate if that is a realistic number to inform our analysis.
Right, and it's okay to say if you totally built it all out, this is the number, but maybe the factor to say maybe over the, I don't know. I mean, just trying to sort of, it could also help manage expectations, and it could be. So as something to think about, yeah.
And just related to that, this is more a comment, I think, for anyone listening, if anyone's listening to this, that these plans are 25 years, 25-year time horizon. So we're not, even if we did assume something that's probably impractical, like a 75% market factor for capacity, it's not going to drop like tomorrow, right? This is a 25-year development process. And just quick back of the envelope, it's like even an aggressive 75% is about 100 units per year. That's half of the total countywide tear down market today. Like that is right, as we've talked about. It's just, and I know we're talking about other types here, diverse, and small apartment buildings, but highly unlikely, as much as I think it would, benefit different parts of this community, highly unlikely to reach that level of development. But it's a process over time, and so we're not talking about an immediate introduction of an enormous amount of housing units next year.
Yeah, great point. Great. Continue. I'm sorry.
Yes,
yeah. So thank
the
you
end
for
is what my continuation is.
Okay, well, thank you for your presentation today. You checked some boxes today, which that always makes us, and I hope you feel good too. And so thank you for your hard work, and we look forward to session number 6.
Thank you for your time and guidance. Thanks.
And what time is it now? So shall we still come back at 1:30? Is that still fine?
I think it's advertised as
1:30, and it's a regulatory item then, so with the consultants and stuff. So we'll come back at 1:30. So thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 6, North Bethesda Market 2 Preliminary Plan Amendment and Site Plan Amendment. We have Aaron Fowler presenting this afternoon. Welcome, Aaron.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Aaron Fowler with the Mid-County Planning Division. Today I'm here to present Preliminary Plan Amendment Number 1-2012-006D and Site Plan Amendment Number 8-2012-004C. I'm pleased to be presenting North Bethesda Market 2, otherwise known as NOBI 2, with NOBI being shorthand for North Bethesda. This is a very exciting project with site work that is already underway, and the applications before you today propose minor changes that would position it to move forward as an entirely affordable residential development, bringing much-needed affordable housing to a transit-rich site located a block and a half south of the North Bethesda Metro Station. Before you today are 2 amendments, limited in scope, that propose minor changes to the site access point, multifamily building architecture, and site design. We often see these types of minor refinements during early construction of a project. The preliminary plan amendment is being brought to the board because the internal street alignment is shifting slightly, and we want to ensure consistency between the site and preliminary plan certified sets. Procedurally, the subdivision regulations state that these types of amendments cannot be approved by the planning director. Were it not for the site access adjustment, the proposed changes to the site plan would have been reviewed administratively due to the minor nature of the modifications. Staff is recommending approval of the amendments with all previously approved conditions remaining in full force and effect. The subject property is located in the North Bethesda area of the county in the 2010 White Flint Sector Plan area. As you were briefed on a few weeks ago, there are a number of active residential projects underway in this area. This project, number 5 in blue on this map, was approved in its current iteration in 2023 for up to 280 residential units and 7,500 square feet of commercial space. This further realizes the sector plan vision to bring denser, more compact, and walkable development to the North Bethesda region. Zooming in a bit further, the property is located along Rockville Pike, directly north of the North Bethesda Market 1 with the Whole Foods. The property consists of nearly 4.5 acres and is split zoned. Until recently, it was occupied by 4 commercial buildings and surface parking. 3 of the commercial buildings have been demolished to prepare for this project's construction, but the office building in the southwest corner will remain until Phase 1 is completed. As I mentioned, the preliminary plan proposes a minor shift to the Rockville Pike site access point to avoid impacts with an existing utility pole, circled in red on the screen, that was discovered during detailed site design. Staff has reviewed this plan with MCDOT and SHA and recommends the planning board support this shift, which will allow the project to create a new east-west private street connecting Wood Glen Drive to Rockville Pike. The site plan amendment proposes a few modifications to accommodate a notable shift from market rate units with the required 12.5% MPDUs to entirely affordable units. While the overall density and building footprint remain unchanged, the applicant is also proposing to provide 3 and 4 bedroom units where none were previously provided and replace the ground floor walk-up units with street activating residential amenities. This will help meet a critical need for more family-sized affordable housing in the county and will involve minor facade changes to conform with the new interior layout. These minor adjustments to the building architecture and site design, prompted by a change in hands to a new developer, will allow the project to respond to the new ownership's vision and market demands. The applicant has met all proper signage, noticing, and submittal requirements. Staff has not received any correspondence about this project. And that concludes staff's presentation. We recommend approval of the 2 subject applications, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Fowler, for your presentation. So so I can understand. So the applicant that came to us a couple of years, this is a different applicant?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, and this is all affordable deal?
Yes.
Well, great, thank you. That's wonderful. So one quick question I had, with the new configuration of the road, the entrance, will I know you said that it's gonna have a bigger radius, but it's gonna be like a mountable, what do you call it? You call it?
Curb.
Curb. So will the sidewalk be outside that mountable so that pedestrians, there's no conflict, they'll know that they should not walk in that area? Is that right?
There'll be a 7-foot clear sidewalk path, and I have this photo on the screen that I think just can help illustrate the kind of condition that references with the mountable curb.
But this mountable curb here, this is a mountable curb here?
Yes.
Is it a sidewalk too?
Yes. Oh, it's not. Never mind.
Matt Fulton, for the record, Regulatory Supervisor, Mid-County. So basically, this is a mountable curb or a truck apron, and the idea is that this condition exists to serve larger vehicles that can't make a tighter curb radius. And as you can see in this picture here, the white car is in between the two mountable aprons. This is a traffic circle on Georgia Avenue. And so passenger vehicles will operate in that more constrained roadway, but where larger trucks are trying to turn, they can use that truck apron area to make that wider turn. And so this is a situation that we have because we have a very auto-centric kind of suburban design, and we're trying to push it into a more constrained urban corner. And this was identified as a best practice by Montgomery County DOT, and just as a way of trying to get a more pedestrian-safe environment. But that textured truck apron that's shown on the screen here is not a sidewalk, and so the sidewalk would actually be coming in basically perpendicular to where that is, and pedestrians would be crossing that on their way to enter the roadway and then head over across the street.
Is this example photo on Georgia Avenue and Olney?
Yeah, just north of there at the Brookville bypass.
Newly constructed?
Yeah.
Okay. The traffic pattern's not going to be the same in this area?
No.
Just an example of the site?
Just an example of that mountable curb where you have something that's differentiating between basically the roadway where you see the blacktop where the cars are traveling, and the sidewalk would be back behind that second stage curb where the grass is in this picture.
Okay, great.
This is really just to show that the truck apron.
Right, okay, great. This is very, very helpful because even the mountable, it's raised a little bit, so it distinguishes. And then my last question was, so do the validity periods still remain the same from the old? So we're not asking for any new validity periods, right?
Correct.
Okay, great. Great, thank you. Those are all my questions. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, hearing none, we'll do two motions. I'm sorry, the applicant, there, I'm sorry, yeah.
No, don't let us slow you down. I'm Elizabeth Rogers, law firm of Lurch Rolling Brewer. We do have Jennifer Schneider here with SCG and members of our development team if there are more questions. But otherwise, thanks so much to Aaron Fowler, who's done a great job as the lead reviewer and did an excellent presentation, and we're happy to rest on that record.
Great, and just about the timing of when do you think this will, assuming you get this approval, when do you think you would start construction or for this project?
Yeah, hi, I'm Jennifer Schneider with SCG Development. Our goal is to have permits actually in hand this summer and close this fall and start construction. So we're working with CDA and Montgomery County on subordinate financing for the affordable housing and with a target of closing this fall.
Great, thank you. We're seeing no other comments or questions. Do I have a motion to approve the North Bethesda Market to preliminary plan amendment with condition, I don't know, were there, I don't think there were any.
No conditions.
No, as recommended by the staff.
I move to approve.
No. I'll second the site and preliminary plan amendments.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The ayes have it. So, yep, it's approval for both the preliminary and the site plan. So thank you. We look forward to the project starting as soon as possible. Thank you. We're just going to take a 1-minute break and start with our next item, which is item number 7, the Sonia Properties Apartment Sketch Plan 3/2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 7, Sonina Properties Apartments, sketch plan number 3, 2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. And this afternoon, we have Adam Bossy from the Planning Department presenting this item. Welcome, Adam.
Good afternoon, members of the Planning Board. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. For the record, Adam Bossy with the Down County Planning Team. This is the sketch plan application for the Sonina Property Apartments. So the location of this property is in the eastern part of the county in the 2013 Long Branch Sector Plan area. Looking in a little bit more closely, the property is outlined in red here on the image. This is at 831 University Boulevard, adjacent to its intersection with Carroll Avenue. This is proximate to the Tacoma-Langley Crossroads and Long Branch neighborhoods. The Purple Line light rail project, illustrated by the purple line on the map, is under construction adjacent to the property today. This property does sit equidistant between two of the Purple Line stations, the Piney Branch Road station to the north and the Tacoma-Langley station to the south, and it's about a third of a mile to either one of those stations, so about a 10-minute walk. Looking in even closer at the property, this is a CRT zone site. And it is currently developed with a 31,000 square foot medical office building that's surrounded by surface parking. The property has a tract area of about 2.72 acres. North of the site is Forston Street and the kind of stub dead end of Gledville Road with single-family residential neighborhoods beyond. To the east is University Boulevard with residential development located beyond that. To the southeast, we have Carroll Avenue with a gas station beyond that. Directly south is the Tacoma Park Spanish SDA Church, and to the west is a large paved area that's associated with the neighboring educational institution. I should mention the site is predominantly covered with impervious surfaces. It's over 90% impervious between the parking lot and the building. And over on Carroll Avenue, MCDOT is in the design process for a new bike lane project that a portion of it would be in the site's frontage. Existing vehicular access at this property is from its northeast corner at University Boulevard, as well as from 2 private driveway connections to the south shared with the SDA Church. So here's just an existing conditions photo of the property showing that medical office building, and this was built in the 1960s. There's no known stormwater management on site. Again, it is surrounded predominantly by surface parking. So this is a sketch plan application, and it does put forth a development concept for full redevelopment of the property. That would include removal of the existing building and parking lots and construction of a new multifamily residential building. The program for that building with the sketch plan is up to 130,000 plus square feet of residential density for up to 148 units, which would include a mix of studios, 1s and 2 bedrooms, with a minimum of the 12.5% MBTUs that would be required. Within the building, there's structured parking provided under the 2 wings of the building, as well as some limited surface parking. The majority of parking for this project would be interior to the building. Shown in green here on the image, public open space is being provided with the application, and with the sketch plan, it is slightly in excess of the minimum requirement. The project will put forth a number of environmental improvements for the site, including reducing the quantity of impervious surface that's out there, introducing trees and landscaping where there really isn't much now, introducing stormwater management, again, where there's currently none, and that's going to include a substantial green roof on the proposed building, and there's also an intention to include energy conservation measures into the building in excess of the county's minimum requirements. Shown in yellow on the image here too, these are the property street frontage areas that are being sized to accommodate various improvements that are required for the property. There's quite a bit of coordination that is ongoing and will continue through the next phases of this project's entitlement with SHA for University Boulevard and Carroll Ave, MCDOT, and the Purple Line. And with those frontage areas, I do just want to point out with the sketch plan, the area that has been shown here is adequate to provide the various improvements that will be required, such as sidewalks, street trees, et cetera. So here we have an architectural concept for the proposed building. This is a view looking from the west into the site. The larger image on the bottom, you can really see the larger curved gray tone portion of the building that's designed to follow the property line addressing University and Carroll Avenue. The concept for this portion of the building is essentially 5 floors of residential units above that single level of structured parking. And this section of the building would have a maximum height of 60 feet. The facade massing here is broken down by the creation of bays, of vertical bays through the balcony insets. It's further broken down by the offsetting of some of the windows here. The upper image on the slide gives us a nice view of that building lobby space that would be proximate to the corner of Forston and University Boulevard. The smaller massing of this portion of the building, that's the portion with the red tone, is designed specifically to address the residential neighborhood to the north, so keeping its proportions a little bit smaller than the remainder of the building. So behind the residential lobby will be that first level of structured parking and then the 3 levels of units above. So access for this proposal is consolidated down to a single point from Glenville Road. That's in the top left corner of this image here. That's at the northwest corner of the property. The existing access points at University Boulevard and those 2 southern driveway connections will be removed as part of this project. Removal of the University Avenue access is significant, University Boulevard access is a significant improvement here for travel safety. University Boulevard will have a bicycle lane, new sidewalks, it's accommodating the Purple Line, and it's a high-trafficked road. So our guidance, really looks for us to remove those access points from those locations to the lower classified roadways. On-site circulation for vehicles and loading is primarily from the west side of the site. The driveway does lead to one internal parking structure under the northern wing of the building, to surface parking along the western side of the property, and to the structured parking entrance of the larger portion of the building. That access will be at the southern portion of the building. One loading space is required and is provided on the west side of the building. We did include a recommended condition of approval for the location of that to kind of shift on that side of the building a little further south, just to allow for a more contiguous, bigger open space area for the residents at the rear of the building. And that's something we did discuss with the applicant, and they're amenable to do with their future applications. So we're happy to have that level of coordination happening. The building lobby, again at the northeast corner of the site by Forston and University's intersection, will be the main pedestrian and bicyclist access point to the building. We'll have doors facing out toward Forston as well as University. Secondary access will be included at the rear of the building as well. There will be a bicycle parking room located in the below-grade parking structure, essentially under the lobby of the building, so it'll have direct access from elevators and the lobby area right down to the bicycle room. And as previously noted, the sketch plan does include that sufficient space in the frontage areas to include the various improvements that are required: sidewalks, bike lanes, street trees, etc. As a sketch plan, we are looking at the categories of public benefits that are being proposed here. This is a CRT zone project, and it's being proposed under the optional method, so it is required to achieve at least 50 points. At the time of sketch plan, what they've put forth is an application that is meeting that requirement and exceeding it with these 4 categories of public benefit points that we see here. Regarding noticing and correspondence, all noticing requirements have been satisfied for this application. We did receive community correspondence a couple days ago, earlier this week, and that would have been after the publication of the staff report. The theme that really came out of the correspondence that we received had to do with concerns with the Glenville Road access point, parking and traffic in general, and how that may impact that neighborhood to the northwest of the site. Where this is a sketch plan, this is really a big concept plan that is going to be subject to further refinement, both through the preliminary plan process, where traffic and access details are really worked out with MCDOT and SHA. Regarding parking, this is a property that does qualify for that residential minimum parking exemption. So in theory, the applicant could propose 0 parking due to the transit proximity. They've come in with the sketch plan proposing 115 parking spaces, which is above the minimum, below the maximum, and comes out to a parking ratio of about 0.7, almost 0.8 spaces per unit. So it is a pretty healthy parking ratio that is being proposed. The concern from the neighborhood is overflow parking if there aren't enough spaces for residents. Just regarding that access point again, I think I mentioned this on the access slide. University Boulevard and Carroll Ave are both going to have a lot going on in terms of frontage improvements that are coming, both of them with bike lanes accommodating the Purple Line, crossings to get pedestrians to the Purple Line, and then the new sidewalks as well. So with that, again, this proposal is going to require additional review through the preliminary and site plan processes. And I do want to take a moment to just compliment this applicant team on the frankly high level of coordination that they've been able to accomplish with the sketch plan. I think that they've really set themselves up for success here with their future applications. With that, staff is happy to note that we believe the application satisfies the applicable section of the zoning ordinance and substantially conforms with the Long Branch sector plan as conditioned. And we do recommend approval of the sketch plan with the conditions as included in the staff report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bossy, for your presentation. We have 3 people online to provide public testimony. The first is Spencer Clark, an adjacent property owner. Mr. Clark, you have 3 minutes to provide your testimony.
Great. Chair Harris and members of the Planning Board, thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding the sketch plan for the Sonina Properties Apartments. My name is Spencer Clark, and I and my family are residents of Glenville Road, less than a block from the proposed apartment building. I want to start out by saying that I, like many of the nearby property owners that I've spoken with, I'm actually supportive of the redevelopment project as a whole and recognize the need for increased housing options, particularly along the Purple Line alignment. However, the sketch plan that's before you cannot and should not be approved in its current form because it has unacceptable negative impacts on the Rolling Terrace neighborhood and potentially violates the general development regulations in Article 59-6 of the county zoning ordinance. At issue, as you've noted, is the change in vehicular access to the site from the long existing driveway with University Boulevard and the secondary access via the driveway connections to the church to the south, which open to Carroll Avenue. As you see, the current sketch plan proposes closing these driveway connections and consolidating all vehicular and loading access to Glenville Road. Now, this is a short, narrow road that, like most others in Rolling Terrace, is classified as a secondary residential street or a neighborhood yield road because bidirectional traffic must yield due to the single travel lane with parking on either side. This would have the effect of routing apartment residents' 115 plus vehicles off of arterial roads and through our narrow neighborhood streets, particularly Glenville Road. The vehicle access that Mr. Bossy shown via Forston Street is not realistic because many more will bail off a block earlier to avoid backups at the light, going down Glenville Road or cutting through other roads to Piney Branch. I also believe that this driveway reline violates the site access requirements for apartment buildings contained in section 6.1.3b of Article 59.6 of the zoning ordinance, which mandates that, quote, land that is located in a residential detached zone must not be used for driveway or vehicular access to any land that is not in a residential detached zone, with 2 exceptions that do not apply here. So all of the land adjacent to the apartment site along Glenville Road and Forston Street, like the rest of Rolling Terrace, is an R60 single-family detached zone. And the plan that they have shown you requires apartment traffic to pass through it, causing negative impacts to the neighborhood character, quality, and integrity, contrary to the Long Branch sector plan. So what's the alternative? The sketch plan should be revised to maintain the current driveway access directly to arterial roads, i.e. University Boulevard, and provide an entrance through an at-grade parking facility that is already in the plans for the portion of the building located at the existing driveway. The developers, in fact, told us that this was the original plan until county planners told them to change it. But I agree, the original plan was the right one, and I respectfully request that you reject the current sketch plan and remand it for changes to eliminate any vehicular access other than from University Boulevard and or Carroll Avenue. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Thank you for your testimony. Next is Cynthia Seals. Welcome, Ms. Seals. You're on mute, ma'am.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Hi, my name is Cynthia Seals. I also live in the Rolling Terrace neighborhood and have been in the neighborhood for the past 45 years. So I don't live on Glenville, I live on Ludlow. But as Mr. Clark mentioned, our neighborhood has very tight residential streets throughout. We are bounded by another huge apartment complex at Piney Branch and University Boulevard, but that luckily they built 2 access points into that apartment complex, so it doesn't bother us. And they're off of University and Piney Branch, 2 very large roads. Having that one entry and exit point will be, for the residents of that building, will be very inconvenient for them as well as for us. They will not be able to get in and out of that road quickly. Right now, because we have Rolling Terrace Elementary, at 9 o'clock in the morning, it is very hard to get out to University Boulevard because the traffic is coming both from Rolling Terrace and from the Seventh-day Adventist School, accessing Glenville Drive to get out to University Boulevard. So I think not only will it be very inconvenient and unsafe for the residents of Rolling Terrace, but it will be very, very inconvenient for the people who live in the apartment building. I suggest, like Mr. Clark, that the original plan go forward, or that you have both an access on Glenville and an access on Carroll Avenue and University, giving the people 3 ways to get into and out of their property. If they want to leave the Glenville Road access point, I can't really understand why you wouldn't use those 2 major roads that are wide and have more room for the residents to get into and out of the property, and then keep the residential streets in our neighborhood, Rolling Terrace. I just think it's going to be very, very inconvenient for everybody involved. And I suggest that the people who did the plan come to our neighborhood and just drive around throughout today to see how tight the roads already are, without 148 apartments, of which probably 2 or 3 people would be living in them. I just think it's going to be a nightmare for everybody involved, and very unsafe for pedestrians and for cars. Thank you for listening to my testimony.
Hey, thank you again for your testimony. The last is Camina Galvez. Ms. Galvez.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for your time and for allowing me to share my thoughts and concern about this project. Like Cynthia and Spencer said, this is something that's going to affect us greatly. Traffic, as it is really bad in our neighborhood. I live half a block away from where the complex will be constructed, so I can testify to that. That right now, what they failed to mention in that part is that that end of Glenville Road also serves as an exit to traffic coming from the drop-off of the SDA school church, the Adventist school. So that already is a bottleneck every morning and every afternoon. On top of that, we have the traffic from Rolling Terrace Elementary School, and whenever Piney Branch is closed for an accident or for whatever reasons, all that traffic spills into our neighborhood, causing even more backup to our very small, narrow streets. Something else to consider, if you look at a map of our neighborhood, we kind of landlocked, and on one side we have a Long Branch Creek running parallel to our main street, and then we have Carroll Avenue running parallel to Fortune Street, but we don't have access to that. So we only have basically 3 to 5 entry and exit points, and putting that entry to the complex on Glenville would just really, really be a headache for everybody. And if you consider that, that would be an additional 115 cars. That would include delivery trucks, moving trucks, construction trucks, if there's any accident, ambulances and fire trucks, and all of that. That street is so small and so narrow, and is already shared by another school that uses it as an exit point. There is just like, it's going to be a nightmare. I'm half a block away from there, and that's just not going to be possible. That will also include an increased noise pollution, because you have people honking, you have people coming in and out, and it can increase or it can cause accidents. We have kids that walk to the schools, we have kids that play on the streets, so we want to make sure that we prevent that and we keep some sort of quality, life quality for everybody. Something else is the ratio of parking to the number of apartments. I know we want to promote the use of the metro, and that's great, but let's be realistic. Not everybody will be. And if there will be 2-3 people in each apartment or in a big majority of the apartments, where will the visitors park and where will those extra cars that do not, because my understanding is going to be a paying parking, so where will they park? We don't have parkings anymore. Thank you. I don't have any more time.
Yeah, thank you so much for your comments. We always appreciate testimony from people that live near the where the project is being proposed. So next, I'd like the applicant to make a presentation, and I'd like you to address some of the comments. At least the comments were primarily around ingress, egress, and traffic, especially given the school and the school's traffic in the vicinity. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. For the record, my name is Jody Klein. I'm an attorney with a law firm of Miller and Canby in Rockville, and I represent the applicant here today. When you're doing a sketch plan, particularly one that's kind of a complicated project, not that the building is complicated, but the setting is complicated, as you have heard about all the things we've been talking about here. But I'd like to return the compliment from Mr. Bossi. When we have time to do it, one, we like to brag about what we've accomplished, but in this case, I also want to compliment staff because there were very meaningful recommendations in terms of the layout and the design of the building, which I think is very unique. And we really benefited from the staff input on this project. I should probably get somebody who's got more transportation and traffic engineering background, but I had seen a nice, simple explanation. Mr. Bossi did a good job, and I'm just going to try and run through it real quickly because you've got exactly the right exhibits up there. It is true. We started with a driveway connection directly to University Boulevard. The State Highway Administration, I think the staff report says preferred not to put it there. It wasn't preferred. It was adamantly, no, we do not want it there. Partly because of the side friction issue of trying to get it through there, but more particularly the salad of all the things that are going in with the sidewalks, all of the purple line improvements, the bike lanes. You just don't want to have a roadway perpendicular that cuts into all of that stuff. So it does not make sense to have, rephrase that, it's inefficient to have a driveway in that location, both from a through point of view and an operational point of view. The alternative would be to move it down to the southern part of the property. You can see we've got a little bit of an interior driveway where we could punch through and connect to Carroll Avenue. But what happens is that would dump our traffic out right where University and Carroll split. And University basically is going to have 2 lanes going into Carroll. The volume of traffic at that point, if I was out there yesterday, it's very, very difficult to get across all that traffic in that area. So Carroll is actually going into even a more congested location, or rephrase it, a Carroll driveway avenue connection would go into more traffic than we've got even on University. So sort of by default, we ended up with Forston and Glenville. And you can see on this drawing that there are only 3 houses on the north side of Forston and 1 house that has access to Glenville Road that would have traffic from our project going in front of them. And it would bring cars up to University Boulevard at a signalized intersection. The road has the capacity to hold the traffic we've got. And it's the most efficient way of getting people in and off the building, because the alternatives just complicate projects that have a much bigger public interest scale to them. So that's generally why we ended up where we got. All the transportation reviewers at all 3 of the levels that reviewed it all felt this was the best way to do it. And we will do our best to make it work as efficiently as possible. Now, if you want to hear that from a traffic engineer, I can get it up here. But that's basically our overview of how we got to where we are. And the staff report, I think, says it in writing, and you heard it from Mr. Bossi as well. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from traffic engineer because I'm still not convinced because existing building is through University Boulevard and it has actually two. So why we couldn't put one on University Boulevard? I do agree that it's not that many, it's like about 115, 20 parking, so we assume that. But, you know, even for that house, bringing the traffic to the residential is not really optimal. If it is a possibility to have it through the through street, so I'm not convinced that why University Boulevard. I'm not a transportation engineer, so maybe you can convince me. I don't know.
Good afternoon. My name is Shahryar Etemadi. I'm with SCS Consulting. And first, I would like to point out that the traffic that will be generated from this building is significantly lower than what we have today. It's going to be about 40 trips in and out during the AM peak and 37 in and out in the afternoon. So that's really less than one car, less than a minute. I mean, less than one car in a minute. So I think I wanted to put that in perspective. The Glenville Road and Forreston Street, they are really signed for no parking. So there is no parking issue there. It shouldn't be a parking there. And the intersection of Carroll and University Boulevard is very, very congested, and then it's combined with bicyclists, pedestrians, Purple Line, and all of that coming together at this location, and then introducing another major intersection or driveway at this location, I think is not going to be safe and is not going to be very desirable and working very well. So I think as suggested by staff and other reviewing agencies, transportation, DOT, SHA and others, I think in my opinion, the location of the access that is proposed here is really a optimal location for the access, and is very safe, is not really interfering much with the traffic on Forreston Street. As I said, the traffic is not very significant, less than one car per minute coming in and out. So based on those considerations, I think this location is very safe and efficient for this development.
And if I could add, Elza Heisler-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. I think, as the applicant team said, I think when the transportation agencies reviewed this at DRC, the access that you're seeing was MCDOT's preferred access point. I think, at sketch plan, we're just looking at access preliminarily. I think when we get to preliminary plan, there'll be a lot more of a detailed look. I think between, Glenville and Forreston, there are a lot of operational things that I think operational tools that DOT can bring to bear, and at the time of a preliminary plan, to start to look at making sure that if parking needs to be moved or removed, or if four-way stops need to be added, I think I think DOT on these county streets has a lot of tools. And I think that's something that we hear the concerns of the community and share them. And I think when we get to preliminary plan, we'll be looking at this with a much finer tooth comb.
What is the average daily traffic on Forreston and Glenville Road? And where is the school that they were talking about, the elementary school? If you have a map, if you show that. Okay.
Yes.
So they do use that. So what is the average daily traffic on those?
So data as far as traffic counts on Forreston Street is something we wouldn't have at this point. Any more detailed data would be coming with our preliminary plan when we look at that. The school in question is shown here on the map. I'm not sure if my cursor is showing up.
I saw that.
Okay.
I saw that.
Cool, so I just
Yeah.
want to make sure you have that location.
So you will do further studies of traffic at the preliminary plan stage? Because I just want to say, my children went to Rolling Terrace, and so this is 15 years ago, and I know that, you know, going in and out of there in the morning is a big hassle. So, I shouldn't use it. There are backs up. I'm not sure, Alice, but you know, I'm really jazzed about the project. You know, it would, you know, right now I go by this area maybe 4 times a week, and that office building, yeah, it would be nice if there were housing, and I'm delighted that you're proposing housing, but I do think that the traffic in that area needs to be really looked at, given there's only one way in and out. Now they were, you know, they were cut throughs. It seems like there are easements between the properties that will now be closed, so there won't be like ways to get around. So I really feel that there should be a strong traffic study and like a simulation. I don't know what they do to just see how, not how people get in and out of this specific property, but how they work with the movements in the morning and the evenings when parents are taking their kids to that school and the buses are coming and picking them up. I think that would be important, but I think it's great that you're proposing this housing. In terms of the parking ratio at about 0.75, given that there are 2 Purple Line stops, I think that it can be below 1. So I'm not so concerned about the parking piece. I would think that given those 2 Purple Line stops and bus lines along University, that there will be people that don't really need a car, right? And so those are one of my comments. And then also one of the, you talked about public benefit points. You know, if you can, staff, educate me a little bit better. A lot of times we were talking about having to get a minimum of 100 points. What triggers this to only have to have 50 public benefit points? Is it because it's standard method? So if you can, so I'll know for the future, why not 100? Why 50? What makes it only 50?
So as a CRT zoned project under the optional method, that triggers the public benefit requirement.
Okay.
The 50-point requirement, Stephanie is looking up the specific language because I don't want to put my foot in my mouth.
And then maybe you can, so another is, I see a lot of the property have a lot of green features, and one of you were recommending a green roof, but typically I've seen in wood frame structures that people are not doing green roofs. So, but is it not a wood frame structure, or there's technology is better now where you can put green roofs on wood frame structures?
I'm sorry, would you like that question answered? Mr. Colbert? the
Yes,
architect,
yes,
would be
please,
glad to give
yeah.
you a quick answer.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the planning staff. Yes, we've done wood buildings similar to this one that have green roofs. You just have to engineer for the additional structure.
Okay, thank you. So those are they're my questions. So excited about the potential for residential. I think it will really help complete that area too. And if you can, when they do come back with the preliminary plan, you really, you know, show how the traffic will work in that area, you know, not just the coming in and out of property, but with the existing traffic related to the school. Okay. And I do, in one way, it's good to have that one, not necessarily entrance off of Glenville, because, you know, as you said, there aren't many houses around it, you know, and it's not further into the community, so it's kind of like coming in and going in and coming out, so I think, and then the last, are there any lights that you can go north? And where's the next traffic light if someone's coming out on Fortune, they can go north, or there are none?
They have to go south and come to Carroll Avenue and make a U-turn.
Make a U-turn, okay. Yeah, okay, because there's a median there now, especially with the purple line tracks, you cannot go north. Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments?
I have a couple of other questions. For the green roof, you suggested a tray system. What is a tray system?
This is kind of a modular, a container that incorporates the sod. Usually it would be sedum up there, but it doesn't have to be that. It's really the thickness of the soil that's the most important element.
Okay, so it's not something specific. I had not heard that. If it is all, if they cannot go to north, so everything is right and then make a U-turn, I think maybe you could look to see that if it could be at least, instead of just one, another point of egress and ingress to the property. Maybe just a right in or right out, either from Carroll or University Boulevard, to take some of the load from the neighborhood streets. Something that, you could look into the possibility of it.
One other clarification that staff would like to add is that this is in a red policy area and it is an office use converting to a residential use. So with that trip credit, with the red policy area, they won't be looking at the vehicular standard, and with a traffic statement as opposed to a traffic study, there won't be trip counts, vehicular traffic counts, but I think, so just wanted to put that on the radar. But in terms of adequate, safe, and efficient access, I mean, we're going to be looking at all of these options when we get to preliminary plan and working with DOT, again, to look at operational options as well as potential. I mean, I think, we can all revisit whether or not a ride-in or maybe even just a ride-out if there was a way through the site or whatever. I think those are things that we can look at when we get to preliminary plan.
I really appreciate that. Even though it's a red policy, I think that it's important to know the traffic. It's a safety thing, it's a convenient, it's a quality. We don't want to have the quality of life or everything, reduced in the red zone. So, and this information are already available, I believe.
I have a comment. First, I'd like to commend Inder Chawla and Sonina Properties for taking the initiative to be the seminal project in the area. And I believe this project is going to be the genesis of good things to come in that area with the Purple Line. I was going to say I was one of the few board members that travel along that area because I go to University of Maryland games, and instead of taking the freeway, I go through University Boulevard. But I'd like to commend you on taking the initiative to do it, and it's a much-needed development, and it'll be a beacon for the rest of men like yourself who take risks to develop properties. My first inclination when looking at the property was there going to be improvement to Carroll Avenue? And my first instinct was that Carroll Avenue was going to be the entry point and the exit point there. But having traveled along that corridor, I know that intersection of Carroll Avenue and University Avenue is treacherous. And I could see why it was decided not to enter there. But again, I'm excited for the project, and I'm very impressed with the forethought and attention you all put into this, especially with the consideration of Carroll Avenue and the problems that it presents. Thank you.
Mr. Hedrick? Okay, great. So what I hear is that this is a greatly needed project. Greatly needed. Thank you. When it goes to preliminary plan, can we not condition more that they look at, that we come back looking at safe and efficient access you know, but we're all about moving forward, but during the preliminary plan process, focus more, like, look at.
I mean, they'll be, I mean, every project has to do that, so they'll be doing that anyway.
Okay, great. So do I have a motion to approve the Sonina Properties Apartment Sketch Plan Number 3, 2025-0010, where staff is recommending approval with conditions, and it's on the record that, you know, looking at the transportation and safe and efficient access to the property.
Yeah. I'll move to approve the sketch plan.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 The ayes have it. Thank you for presenting this project, and we look forward to you getting to the preliminary and site plan stages. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, yeah. We'll take a 2-minute break and go to our last item of the day, item number 8, Westwood Shopping Center Site Plan Amendment, 8/2018-019A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. Thank you. Good afternoon. We're on item number 8, our last item of the afternoon, Westwood Shopping Center Site Plan Amendment number 8, 2018-019A, where staff is recommending approval with conditions. We have Grace Bogdan this afternoon presenting this case, but before she gets started, I just wanted to say, just acknowledge that the Springfield residents had asked that the Westport item, this item, decision be delayed. They requested keeping either the public record open to remain or hosting another hearing. But I just want to know the proper notice was filed on this. Also, the applicant met with the neighborhood in December of 2024 to present the proposed project and listen to their comments. So given that, I am not recommending that we present, not hear this case today or keep the record open. So that's my opinion. I don't know what the other board members believe, but that's what I am recommending. And we did receive testimony from a lot of the community members, so there are some in the package. We have a general understanding of what their issues are, so I think we can move forward with this case today. Are we on board with it?
I'm on board with it.
Okay, great. So Ms. Bogdan, please present the case. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the Planning Board. Good afternoon. Grace Bogdan with Down County Planning, for the record, presenting the site plan amendment for Westwood Shopping Center, and today we are recommending approval of the amendment with conditions. Just to show you where we are in the county, this is in the southern area of the county in an area known as Westbard, which is south of Bethesda, south of River Road, near the western border of DC. This aerial shows the vicinity of the subject property. As you can see to the north, River Road, there's the intersection of Westbard Avenue, which runs north-south. The subject property fronts on Westbard Avenue and is approximately 12 acres in size. To the west of the property are the Kenwood condominiums, and further west is the neighborhood of Springfield. To the south is Westland Middle School. Across Westbard Avenue to the east are the Westwood Tower Apartments, the Bolero, the residents at the Capitol Crescent Trail, and you can see here on the right side of your screen the Capitol Crescent Trail running north-south. Just a little bit of background for the subject application. Back in 2019, the Planning Board approved a preliminary plan for the larger area as well as a site plan for this site. That site plan approved a standard method development for a maximum density of 540,524 square feet of density, and that breaks down to 292 square feet of residential uses and 171,232 square feet of non-residential uses. The rendered site plan is shown on the right side of your screen, and essentially this allows the redevelopment of the subject property for 70 townhouses, which would be located here on the west side, as well as an internal private street network. At the southern boundary would be a commercial building, which would house the relocated giant grocery store and ground floor retail. To the north of Private Street B, which also has an intersection here, a signalized intersection at Westbard, is a privately owned public open space, Civic Green. And then where my cursor is highlighting here, it would be a multifamily building with ground floor retail, which is the focus of the site plan amendment today. And then to the north of the project site, north of Westbard Circle, would be Springfield Public Park. The image on the left side of your screen shows that multifamily building as seen from Westbard Avenue looking south into the project. Okay, so fast forward to 2025, the site is currently under construction. As you can see in this top photo, the giant commercial building with ground floor retail has been constructed and is open, and retail spaces are leased and are also opening as well. In the foreground of that picture is the multifamily site, which is currently being used as a staging area. The bottom photo shows that the townhouses are also going up, and then on the right side, this updated aerial image shows that the private street network has also been built out. The Civic Green privately owned public open space has also begun construction, and the Springfield Neighborhood Public Park has also begun construction and should be open around summertime. So today, the applicant is requesting a site plan amendment to reduce the amount of non-residential density allowed within the project. And so, as I said, they were previously approved for up to 171,232 square feet of non-residential density, and they were requesting about an 18,000 square foot reduction down to 152,440 square feet. And the way that this shakes out on the property, essentially for the multifamily building, that was originally approved with approximately 43,000 square feet of ground floor retail, and that would be reduced down to 23,277 square feet of ground floor retail. With this programming change, it does result in a reduction in parking, and so the applicant is proposing to redesign the parking garage to be partially below grade to entirely above grade and wrapped within the building, to relocate one of the loading access points for the residential portion of the building, and to remove the residential garage access point and consolidate that to one access point for the building. And the applicant is also requesting updated elevations for all facades of the building. So the site plan drawing is located on your screen. The building is generally located in the same location where it was originally approved. However, given the programming changes, the footprint has changed slightly. And so in this area here, the applicant is now proposing an at-grade courtyard space as a residential amenity for the residents, which will allow access points off of Private Street A, and this area will be lined with above-grade transformers. And then here, highlighted in red, is showing where that ground floor retail would remain. In the original design, this retail would have entirely fronted on West Bard Avenue, and now the applicant is proposing to relocate the residential lobby to this corner. This image here shows changes to the access and circulation. So the X's here in the original design, the applicant had proposed garage access for the residential building and a separate garage access for the retail portion of the building. And so this X shows that this residential access to the garage would be removed. This residential loading space will be shifted closer to West Bard Avenue. And then these two garage access points will remain, and this is essentially the footprint of the parking within the building, which will remain wrapped with the retail and the at-grade residential. And then this arrow here shows the retail loading, which will remain generally within the same location. The loading points have shifted, and so we did ask the applicant to provide updated truck turning templates to show that these maneuvers will remain safe, adequate, and efficient, and to make sure that there's sufficient loading, maneuverability around the interior of the loading bays to make sure those trucks wouldn't be parking out onto the street and ensure proper circulation around the site. So as I stated previously, the elevations have all been updated. I'm going to go through a series of slides showing the previously approved and proposed. And so this slide here is showing the frontage along West Bard Avenue. The image at the top was the previously approved, which shows two-story retail and then the three stories of residential above. And then the image on the bottom essentially shows the updated elevations. And so as you can see here, this is showing the retail that will remain on the left side, and this is the Civic Green on the left side of that building here, with the 3 levels of residential above, and then on this right side, where West Bard Circle is, this will be redesigned as the residential lobby, a 1-story residential lobby with the 4 levels of residential above. The previously approved materials are a mixture of masonry and cementitious panel, and that is what the applicant is maintaining in the revised elevations, as well as a window system for the residential units and integrated balconies. These images here show the elevations as seen from Private Street A, or now referred to as Topaz Lane. And so in the image above, you can see here, this is where the original residential lobby was proposed, and the loading and access and retail. And on the bottom here, now you can see this, the grayed out area is that at-grade courtyard area, and then a series of transformers that will be screened by decorative metal gates, and then the updated loading and residential loading, garage access and residential loading. And then on here on the left side of your screen, these elevations are as seen from Springfield Park, fronting on West Bard Circle. In the original design, there was the residential loading and garage access, and in the redesign on the bottom here, that residential access has been removed, and there will be residential units on the ground floor, and that loading access will be closer to the West Bard Avenue intersection. And then on the right side of your screen, these elevations are as seen from the Civic Green, sort of facing the Giant building. And so you can see here the two-story retail with the residential above, and that two-story retail will remain with the redesign, and another grayed out area for a courtyard above that retail space and the residential above. All noticing and signage requirements have been met. For a site plan amendment, the applicant is not required to conduct a pre-submittal meeting. However, the applicant did meet with the community prior to filing the application in December of 2024, as Chair Harris had mentioned. And we did receive correspondence throughout the review of the project and mostly after the posting of the staff report, which is included in your packet today. And the main concern that we've received is the concern surrounding the reduction of retail. And the applicants, I'm sorry, the residents in the area feel as though that with the original design and development that they were promised amenities that are not going to be coming through with this reduction of retail. However, the applicant has stated that this project was originally schemed in 2016 and approved in 2019, and the market has significantly changed since then. The way that people shop has changed significantly since then, and so this reduction in retail is really right-sizing the project, so to speak. And again, for the entire site, the project was originally approved for up to 171,000 square feet of non-residential, and a good portion of that has already been brought forth with the Giant and that ground floor retail, and the reduction will only bring it down to 150,000 square feet. And then last thing I want to note on that is that when we approve projects, we approve a maximum density, and that is an up to amount. And so the applicant can build less than that. However, given the other wrinkle effects that happen with reprogramming the building is why the site plan amendment was brought forward this way for planning board consideration. The second item of correspondence that we received was a letter from the offices of Michelle Rosenfeld, and her offices represent the Kenwood community, and they have concerns regarding the removal of the garage access off of West Bard Circle. And in this is in reference to a private agreement that was entered into by Regency, the developer, and the Kenwood community. And this private agreement is something that the planning department or planning board does not really weigh in on, and the applicant is ready to speak to that. But as we stated previously, the consolidation of the garage access to private street A remains in conformance with the zoning requirements. And then lastly, as Chair Harris had mentioned, we did receive the request from the Springfield community asking for a delay in the hearing consideration. So with that, staff does find that the site plan amendment remains in conformance with the applicable sections of the zoning ordinance in Chapter 22A for forest conservation and remains in conformance with the 2016 West Bard plan. And we are recommending approval with conditions. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Bogdan. We have two people signed up today to provide public testimony. One is Michelle Rosenfeld. You have 3 minutes. Oh, you have 6? Oh, yes. Okay. Oh, you have 6. Okay, great. You have 6 minutes to provide your testimony. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Michelle Rosenfeld with the Law Office of Michelle Rosenfeld, and I'm here today to speak on behalf of my client, Kenwood Place Condominiums. Kenwood Place is a condominium complex that includes 174 units. 7 of them are professional office suites, and the remaining are residential units. And this community abuts the shopping center. When the shopping center went through its original regulatory reviews, Kenwood Place and the applicant, Regency Development, negotiated a construction and cooperation agreement as the result of the shopping center's impact on certain easement rights held by Kenwood Place at the time, which gave the Kenwood Place unit owners certain rights in parking spaces on the previous surface parking. One material term of that agreement included the location of a garage entrance on West Bard Circle, and is a material term of that agreement. And you can see on the plan the original location of that separate garage access on West Bard Circle, which was quite proximate to the condominium units, made for easy pedestrian access, made for easy vehicular ingress and egress, and easy access to parking for the owners of those condominium units. Relocating the garage entrance, and frankly, it's not even just a relocation, it's closure of this garage entrance, will have material adverse consequences on the residents and professional owners, including but not limited to significantly greater distance to access the garage parking negotiated in connection with the easements at issue, reduced pedestrian safety for residents, guests, visitors, and clientele of the professional suites in walking between the single or distant garage access, potential loss of business revenue for the professional suites if parking is less convenient, and adverse impacts generally on the use and quiet enjoyment of the condominium units because of the less convenient garage access, parking, and accessibility to those units. And while we understand that it's not the board's role to enforce private contracts, we do urge that the board look carefully at this proposed closure of this second garage access on West Bard Circle. We do think that it has a negative impact on both circularity, on the pedestrian access to the garage, and on just vehicular circulation generally. So it's not simply a question of whether or not this implicates contractual rights held by clients, but in fact, we think that it has a reduced benefit and adverse impact on the overall design of the project, certainly as it affects the hundreds of people who live in and work at the Kenwood Place condominium units. So we would ask that the board look at this holistically as this impacts the pedestrian vehicular access to the site, and in particular as it relates to one of the closest abutting residential communities. And for that reason, we would ask that the board not approve the closure of this particular garage access. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Next is Shuan Bryant, adjacent property owner.
All right, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, yes, we can. You have 3 minutes.
All right,
Ms. Bryant.
okay. Well, my name is Sayun Bryant. I live right next door to the construction site. I like to tell people that if I open my kitchen window, I literally can throw a Frisbee and hit one of the townhouses that are being erected. I'm here today not to stop progress, but to ask at what cost? For months now, my family and I have been living in the middle of a construction zone. The noise has been relentless. During the height of granite demolition, jackhammers at 7 a.m., trucks reversing well into the evening. And it's not just an inconvenience. It's a disruption of daily life. There have been times where my youngest daughter would look at me in frustration as she struggled to focus on homework due to the construction noise. We also have a visual reminder of what we have endured with a hairline crack that has formed on our dining room wall since the heavier demolition of granite began. Literal damage to our home. But the scariest moment when my daughter was nearly hit by a car. So the streets have narrowed around our building. Some of the sidewalks are gone, blocked or replaced with piles of dirt and fencing, and what appears to be a considerable cliff drop right there next to the road. But what has kept us in good spirits is that we've always referenced the website that your company has provided, all of those nice drawings and the things that we would benefit from, knowing that at one time it was just an easy walk across the parking lot to go shopping at Giant. But with all of the changes that have occurred, all the changes in those drawings, now we have to walk in a literal L shape, which doesn't, like, intuitively in the human mind, you think straight line is the shortcut, right? And that's what we used to do to get to Giant. Now we have to walk on streets in an L shape to get back on a sidewalk to go shopping at Giant. And I'm here to give you a personal perspective of what it's like to live next to this. And so that you all keep in mind that there are real people here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Bryant, for your testimony. So now we'd like to have the client present today, and if you, while you're presenting, can you address some of the comments we've gotten both in written and in public testimony today? Thank you.
Certainly, thank you. For the record, Pat Harris with Larcher, Early and Brewer here on behalf of the applicant, Greystar Development. And with me this afternoon are Justin Donaldson, who's the Director of Development. We have Lily Clarkson, who's the Senior Analyst. And then on the line, we also have the Senior Director of Development, John Beinart. Also with me is my partner, Aaron Gerard, who represents the property owner, Regency Centers, and we have Sam Stiebel of Regency Centers. We also have the rest of our development team, including our architects from MVA, our civil engineers from JBA, and our landscape architect from Land Design. We certainly believe this is a fairly straightforward application and amendment, and we want to thank staff, and we accept all the conditions. Just by way of a little history, and you've already heard some of this, this was a very thoroughly reviewed project back in 2019. By way of example, the staff themselves had 13 meetings with the community in the course of February of 2018 to February 2019. And then the applicant, also had a number of meetings in addition to the required civic meeting. When Greystar was interested in taking over the multifamily, we wanted to continue that communication. So we did have a community meeting, which wasn't required, in the middle of December. And then even prior to that, we reached out to some of the community members who had been active in 2019 I sent them emails to let them know what we were proposing and offered to have individual conversations with them. That included the Springfield Civic Association and then 3 individuals from the Kenwood community across River Road. As you've heard, the primary change here is the reduction in retail of approximately 18,000 square feet. I think it's important to emphasize that what that represents from the original plan is the elimination of just one retailer. So it's a reduction from one retailer. It was a junior box retailer that originally was planned. But as we know, the world of retail is a very different world now than it was in 2019. And as indicated, this project actually was starting to be planned even before 2019 and the 2016 time period. The original shopping center, which was just your plain old vanilla shopping center with a surface parking lot, had 17 tenants with approximately 100,000 square feet of retail. What's being proposed now are 25 tenants and an increase of 50%, so 150,000 square feet of retail, which Regency feels is the right sizing of the project, providing a good mix and quality of retailers to serve the community. I want to emphasize that there is no change in the number of residential units proposed. It's still 200 units. The project is still 5 stories with a height of 60 feet, and the parking is only being reduced to directly as it relates to the reduction in the retail. To address one of Ms. Bryant's comments, I think that the elimination of the one level of below ground parking actually is a benefit to her, just because it will hopefully eliminate some of the drilling and rock removal and such that unfortunately living next to a construction site does cause some disruption. We have before you a shot of the project looking north, and then another view of the project looking south. I do want to, well, I personally don't want to, but Aaron wants to address Ms. Rosenfeld's comments. So I'm going to turn it over to Aaron, and then she can address the comments that were made about the private agreement. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Aaron Gerard. And I have probably one of the longest, along with staff, one of the longest histories on this site, going back to even before the sector plan was an option. But one of the things that we identified pretty early on is that there So going back, all of the properties under Regency's control now were owned by the same person. And he pretty freely granted easements between them. And so we've been years trying to sort those out. But two of them were for the benefit of KPC, we call it KPC, Kensington Place Condominiums. And one was for 45 parking spaces on the surface parking lot. And if you didn't go to this site way back when, it would maybe surprise you to know that it was just a strip center with acres of parking. So right along the shared property line, there were 45 parking spaces to which Kensington had an easement, and there was also a egress easement across what is now the Springfield Park. So we spent, honestly, months, if not years, negotiating with KPC to reach an agreement with them. What you see on the screen, sorry, that's where the 45 spaces were highlighted that used to be what KPC had rights to. So we spent months, maybe even more than a year, negotiating with KPC to move these easements. There were numerous concessions made as part of that, as you might imagine. It was a heavily negotiated agreement that we executed in 2020. There's a number of terms associated with it. Right after that was agreed to, we recorded an amendment to the easements that basically moved the egress easement into what is now Westbard Circle that you saw on the plan, and relocated 15 of these parking spaces on KPC property. Regency constructed that for KPC, and moved the other 30 into what is the future parking garage. There's an exhibit that is attached to that amendment that shows where 15, so I should back up, 15 are designated for KPC use exclusively, 15 are floaters shared with the retail space. The 15 spaces that are designated are shown clearly on the exhibit as being on the second floor. And we negotiated that, time has gone by. Obviously, now that we're coming to amend it, KPC has raised the issue that, well, access is being changed. We argue that it's not. Again, this is a private agreement, and I can go into as much or as little detail as you want, but I think it's important to know that we had a meeting with the KPC representatives back in November to discuss this. We were told there was going to be a follow-up meeting on the 18th of December. That was canceled by them. We've reached out multiple times, and I can document how many, but multiple times to try to talk to them about this. We have put forth our position that actually the distance has not changed. Ms. Rosenfeld represented to you that there was a sidewalk and pedestrian access where there was not. That was never shown on the plan. That northern entrance never had a pedestrian connection. And the only way to access those second floor spaces was actually further south. That was some 600 feet that you would have to take to access it. With the revision, it's 500. So we actually are improving the distance. Also, just to address a comment that was made that the plan somehow was better with that access, I would point out that Springfield Park is just to the north. We actually had discussions when we were first planning this out that staff did not love cars coming in and out directly across from the park where there's going to be children playing. This eliminates that conflict. Again, I can go into as much or as little detail as you want on that. We have exhibits showing walking distances and all that, but we have been available to KPC to have conversations. We remain available to KPC to have conversations, but at the end of the day, I do think it's a private agreement between the parties.
Could you just have a map or something to show what we are talking about in regard to access? I know you know it all by heart, but it's very hard for me to imagine what we are talking about.
Sure.
What was originally and how much it changed and how it impacts them. I don't get it.
So this is the approved site plan. And what KPC is alleging that the that people were going to walk out that northern being to your left. So that doesn't help.
North is which way?
North is to your left, so it's not planned. So,
well, do you have with your cursor show where you're talking about? Just with the cursor. The Kenwood is at the bottom of the.
Can they see it? I can't see it on here.
No, Kenwood is down or up? It's on the up.
Oh, up there. Oh, okay. Nope, still no. Oh, got it, okay. Yeah, it is. Okay, so this is Springfield Park, which again is on the northern side of the site. This building is the one we're talking about. These are the townhouses that are under construction by EYA. And well, no, west of there, but south, plan south, that's where KPC is, where my cursor is right now. So our point is the amendment never spelled out how these parking spaces would be accessed. It just said where they were going to be located. KPC, I guess, assumed that they would access them by walking where it says that 350 feet. Walking down, I'm trying to. Well, and it's very slow moving, so right here. So this was a drive aisle for the garage. This is what is proposed to be closed that did not have a sidewalk. In fact, it was intended to be for the residential all along. We hadn't worked out controlled access or anything like that. But how these spaces really would have been accessed was people, I keep losing the, here we go. Sorry, bear with me. This is where the parking was. So they would have walked out here and up the sidewalk. But to get to the designated spaces, you had to use the stairwell that is here because it's shared with the retail spaces. Does that make sense? And then in the proposed condition, again, we've mapped it. The stairwell actually moves closer to Kenwood and is now here. So the distance that people are walking to get to, and we ran it from the commercial units in KPKs because we understand they're the ones that most heavily use these spaces. So that's the change. One other thing I just wanted to mention on the construction issues. As part of our construction and cooperation agreement with KPC, there are monthly meetings. Obviously, this was going to be disruptive. Everybody knew that. And from the beginning of construction, Sam and others at Regency have had monthly meetings with representatives of KPC to talk through any construction issues that arise. There were some that came to light when EYA started construction of the townhouses. EYA representatives joined that call, and they were quickly resolved. So I just wanted to emphasize that we have the framework in place to deal with these issues as they come up, and I think have frankly been doing a good job of that.
So basically, this is people walking, and it may change about 300 to 400 feet of walking?
No, our argument is that it actually reduces how far people have to walk by 100 feet approximately.
100 feet. Okay, it's not much there.
Yeah,
It's
and
just
for,
very
if you
minimal.
want to argue driving, for someone coming in from the north, going by Springfield Park, going 15 miles per hour to get from what used to be the entrance to what is now will take you 19 seconds if you're going 15 miles per hour.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to mention about the project?
We're here to answer any more questions.
Okay, do I have any questions or comments from the board members? Okay, so yep, thank you. Just one quick thing. When do you expect to, this is approved, when do you expect to tell us about the time frame for how you plan to move forward with the project?
Yeah, so we're going through the design and permitting process now. Our goal is to start construction around the end of this year, but we're working earnestly every day to get to that date as soon as possible.
Okay, great. So yeah, I thank you for bringing this forward. We need these projects to move forward. We need the housing, we need the, especially the housing, but also the retail too. So, and I know that, you know, things change, you know, due to the economic climate and demand for pieces of the part, but the goal is to move the project forward. And in my thinking, you know, the amount of retail has only changed by 11%, you know, so I would recommend moving forward with this project. And do I have any, so if I'm hearing no other questions or comments from the board members, do I have a recommendation? How many motions? Just one, right? One. Okay. Yeah. Yes, so I have a recommendation from the board on the west, to approve with conditions, staff recommendation for the Westfield Shopping Center Site Plan Amendment Number 8, 2018-019A.
Yeah, I'll move to approve the site plan amendment with conditions by staff.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, the ayes have it. Thank you so much, and this ends our planning board meeting for today. Thank you, and we look forward to seeing you again next week. Thank you.